Hey everyone, we are back. Welcome back to Everdale. Hey guys, hello.
Hello.
That was beautiful and effervescent. Scuba Steve, there's a name there I haven't heard in a while. Hi, Scuba Steve. Wait, what?
What? No,
I don't understand what's happening here. Okay, Blake
Fowler.
What is it?
Fowler said, "Hope you all brought your scuba gear," and I said,
"Oh,
Scuba Steve, because I am ready."
So, Blake Chaos, I have to ask you a question. We were reading the chat before we went live, and I noticed you posted LFG. So I have to ask you, what does LFG stand for? Because right now there's a couple of theories. I put one out there that kind of aged me, and then Chris over there just kind of like said it may mean this. So
legs fucking go.
Let's fake. Damn it! I lost that bet. Alrighty. I thought you came in here with looking for group.
Looking for group.
Damn it.
A little bit of misrepresentation here. It wasn't a split divide. It was Steve and all of us. Just
fuck off, all of you.
To everyone.
Anyway, hey, ROFL, can we get you in frame there, buddy?
Oh, that's right. I'm drifting toward the right.
It's no, we don't do that.
You know what?
Alrighty, cool. There you are. Hey guys, so welcome back to Secrets of the Fall. I believe, do we have any announcements or anything like that? Any upcoming broadcasts from anyone here? Anything that we kind of need to know about? Negative? Alrighty. So, where we last left off, oh boy, you had come across a small fishing village. And Rin, in an escape to get away from Irunde, has said, you know what? Our wagon is destroyed. We got to get back to a safe place. My home is on the other side of these mountains. And y'all spent like 2 weeks getting out of Irunde. That's how long ago it was. And so we pick up tonight on the 15th of Nightsfall of 944 IC. Now, this is a time when, it starts getting a little bit darker at night and the wind is picking up. You are still in an Arctic region. The snow is still blowing around you and what have you. However, you did manage to come down out of the mountains after some pretty harrowing experiences in them. Came across a village that was a small fishing village. This was going to be the first of the 2 stops, the second one being Rin's own homeland, or own home village. When you discovered when you encountered some of the locals, you also heard of a little bit of a legend of something that an old fisherman had said, that a lady had popped up out of a lake and tried to swallow him whole or something along those lines, or tentacles came up, and it seemed kind of odd. It seemed way too reminiscent of the shit that you guys had encountered in Irunde. You decided to investigate, so in the next morning you went out, and sure enough, much against the warnings of Thessalia, who does know the water, people got sucked in and some almost drowned. Aldred was one of those that was underwater for quite some time, and you encountered some difficulties there. Can you remind us of the mental state that Aldred was in during that time?
Yeah, he was concerned. He wanted to save the woman that he felt compelled to save her. He felt the same anguish.
And you wanted to stay underwater?
Well, after the void started speaking to me, I didn't want to stay underwater, but apparently it made Aldred feel pretty comfy and cozy.
Well, that's what I mean. So people were holding on to your legs, and it took a good amount of force. And then just as Thessalia was like, hold on for a second, I'm going to try to put my finger in the water. After we got Aldred out, after we got Zora out, who also went down in there and almost drowned, and then Thessalia's like, that wasn't good enough for me, even though I was the one who was warning everyone, and said, let me put my finger in the water and see if I can relate to this floating maiden or whoever she is. And then Thessalia almost got sucked in, but then Karl intervened. And how did you intervene, Karl?
Well, I had this holy water, and I was just like, well, it looks like a good time to give this a go, and threw it at the black tendrils that were reaching up at all of our friendos. And luckily for us, it worked. And it sort of made the lady in the lake calm the hell down, so that we could get everybody out of there.
And and you also discovered something about the lady, is that she wasn't the one attacking you. She was something else that was being held there.
She was a water elemental that was under a curse, and we gotta investigate these curses.
Yeah, that's kind of bad. So armed with that information, you guys then took your boat and went back to the fishing village, much worse for wear. In order to advance the scene some, we can assume that there's nothing else of interest here in the fishing village, aside from a day of healing and then a good night's rest. So make sure that your characters are up to full hit points before we go back out. With that, the journey to Rin's home is what he's proposing. Waking up early in the morning, he's already putting on his armor and standing around the fire in the middle of the hall, clutching himself, still not comfortable with what it was that had been seen over the past several days. But he looks like he's steeled. I'm seeing some of you wake up, which of you are awake right now? Karl?
Yes.
So me, I
know there's been some talk to go and investigate the bottom of the lake, but I'm warning you, without the proper preparations, we will not survive. Unless there's anyone here who can hold their breath for a good amount of time and handle whatever lies underneath on their own.
Zora is sleeping, otherwise she would have answered.
I believe Zora can hold her breath for quite some time, but I'm not willing to send her out there on her own.
He's looking.
Would be right.
While Thessalia is talking, he reaches over, grabs a nearby pillow from a bench, looks through the doorway to Zora in the back room.
Yes, what?
You can swim?
Yes?
Get out here.
Okay.
Keep getting this image.
I need that on the soundboard. Just
Most people play Lizardfolk as like, yes, I'll be right there. And then they just kind of like saunter over. No, we have a Komodo dragon in the ranks.
Yeah. I'm probably like in molting right now. Like a little piece of skin like dangling off my eye right now.
And I feel safer already.
So
where am I swimming?
What? Well, the conversation was that we need to go down into the lake. But we are not prepared to do that. So, unless there is someone here like you, if you want to go down there, you want to investigate.
Well, I tried yesterday and almost died. So it would be nice to have some help, perhaps.
Then it should definitely be a team effort. Is there a place around here that we can suit up, gather supplies?
Yeah. This is why I'm advocating we go straight across the lake, steer clear of that whole area, and then come back into my home. And there, I'm fairly certain that it's a trading post, so we should be able to find what we need, if not immediately, then with several days if we send out messengers.
Rin, is it? Am I here to see me, or are you actually looking forward to going home? You seem downright excited.
I'm excited. I am excited.
I could tell.
No. Do not get me wrong. I'm also very tired. It is before 2 p.m. and I've not had my hot ground bean thing, so.
I hand him a cup.
Hey guys, I have a fantastic idea. Let us go back to my home and then. So.
Amen.
That's what I am thinking. If you are good.
Perhaps.
Yeah?
You might want to tell these kind fisher folk here to avoid that specific spot in the lake
I already. Yeah, I told the fisherman, and he will then tell everyone else. And speaking of everyone else is already up, and you know they become very accustomed to. It's only been 2 days, but they have become very accustomed to your presence. So, if you guys want to grab any food or anything like that, you can.
Oh, I grab all the food.
Okay, well then overstaying hospitality is also a rule here for them, but you know that's okay.
No, not all the food in the village.
Well, it's you, ROFL Iron Chef. So
Just like all of the eggs and bacon that they have.
Yeah.
Look.
So Ron Swanson.
Look, okay?
I want to make sure you heard what I said. When I say all the eggs and bacon, I mean all the eggs and bacon.
Okay, so I refill my canteen and I get all of the cookies in the cookie jar.
Okay. Of course you do.
Frenell, who wakes up and hears Alvin's plot, bakes some more cookies to replace it.
Yeah, they're already like, we just... and off they go.
I have like a whole other tray of cookies to bring back.
And Alvin secretly swaps out the old cookies for the new freshly baked ones.
You evil fuck. Alrighty, let us go to the map so we can see exactly where we are. This is the world in which the hold on, let me get this thing. There we go. This is the world that the PCs understand and know so far. I turned on Fog of War for the world itself, so we have a better idea of where they've been, etc. Coming in, just going to use a single thing here. Here we'll use Rin real quick. It takes about a day or so once you get past the lake, and he continues to move down, but also you notice he's heading back up into the mountains a little bit. The altitude starts getting a little bit higher, the air a little bit thinner, and certainly the air a little bit colder. That was the 14th. Now, the very next morning, you continue your journey. Needless to say, nothing happened on the 14th worth anything other than increased hunger, leg pain, possible spraining of ankles, and the usual stuff that we've all encountered in the past. Yep. When you finally arrive, he stops. Well, when you arrive at a higher peak and the blizzard winds have already begun in the distance, and you can see them it's not too far away. You remember what the blizzard was like in this area. It is absolutely unwelcome. But nonetheless, looks like you may have to hit it again. And then he stops and looks down and smiles. Come. I'm home. When you come over the crest of the hill, you can see the village down below. It's a patchwork of life nestled in the mountain's embrace. The river is icy and clear. This runs completely through it. Matter of fact, if you go into Foundry, you'll be able to see it.
Ooh.
Let me switch over real quick so we have that. There we are.
It's like a really good Valheim build.
So... The river is icy and clear, and it carves its way through the heart of the settlement, dotted with low fishing boats and trading vessels. Snow dusts the rooftop of sturdy wooden houses, their chimneys puffing out tendrils of smoke into the crisp air. The scent of pine and wood smoke and a distant hint of roasting meats fills your senses. The market square, which you can see all the way in the back, when he starts coming down into that area, you will find out is a vibrant tapestry of traders and hagglers and playful laughter of children. And despite the biting cold, the village radiates a warmth born of community and resilience. This is Rin's home. It's his little lone beacon of civilization thriving amidst the harsh northern wilderness. When he comes down through this area, he's a little bit lighter on his feet, his shoulders a little bit more relaxed. He walks as if his feet understand, well, where every rock is. He's probably walked them all for the majority of his life. And he turns around. All the same rules apply, but I think you already know that. You may have a little bit of more leeway here, but... And then he turns his attention to Alvin. Just try to leave some food for me, if you don't mind.
I give him the thumbs up. Aye, aye, Captain.
Lieutenant, but that's fine. All right.
What is this town called?
You know, we've never named it. There's no name to my knowledge. It's just there is a name in the tongue, in our native tongue. Translated, it would be the village between the three peaks.
Well, that's not very.
So we call it the Three Peaks.
Yeah, 3 peaks, triple peaks.
Yeah.
Triple peaks.
All right. Well,
Not
then.
twin, but triple.
Yeah. No. By the way, this place does make a damn good cup of coffee.
I was going to say that.
So anyway, I mean, yeah, you kind of had to. Let's see. Is there anything in particular that you guys would like to be able to get to?
Absolutely. I would like to see if they have a local alchemist.
Yeah, absolutely. When he starts leading you down into the area, again, he's definitely relaxed. Looking around, he sees some familiar faces, and some stop and go, oh, and then and obviously he's not been here in quite some time. And others just pass by because they don't know who they are, but they are definitely looking at you guys because you're not coming in via the usual tradesman route. But Rin takes a beeline towards a hall, the large one that you see here in the picture. And that the one in the foreground, that is where you're going to stay. When you go inside, again, the light it's abundant here. You see colorful decorations on the insides of the walls. Unlike the prior place, which had like brass and hanging ornaments in order to reflect light everywhere, here massive central fires can illuminate the entire place. The well-ventilated roof hatches that are lifted up clear the most of the smoke out, still giving you a little bit of a haze in the upper rafters. Nonetheless, this is also a house which has other houses attached to it. Unlike the first one where there was a central lodge, this has guest houses and other lodging off to the side. Rin quickly goes in, speaks hastily with some people who would want to spend a little bit more time speaking with him, but he also indicates that you guys are here. If anybody wants to make a perception check for an insight check or anything along those lines to get a keener idea as to what's going on, by all means.
Yes,
Sure.
please.
Okay, never mind.
24, Tess.
Oh, yeah. Tess, the way Rin is walking, his head is down, he's looking at from under his brow, his chest is out, his shoulders are relaxed. He looks like a person who's very comfortable being where they are, but you also get the sense a sacred propriety must be had. You are guests, and he's making sure that you guys are going to be well taken care of before his own needs. Having said that, about 3 other people come over, and they're all pretty much saying the same kind of thing. I don't know how to say hello yet, so I'm just going to speak a little Norwegian, but they say, like, welcome, and come ahead, and they get you some stuff and what have you.
As soon as they say welcome in, Alvin takes the biscuits that he stole from the other village and offers them as if they were his own, because he knows how important the ritual sharing of food is in this culture.
Oh, and they are absolutely pleased. And one guy puts down the luggage or the backpacks or whatever else that any of you, if you do, if you give any of them, they put it down, and he like looks around for it like a wooden plate and immediately comes over and like holds it out and takes it from you.
And we share a very small meal of biscuits, smiling and enjoying e-commerce company. You're welcome. Alvin is not evil. Alvin is clever.
Let's not put the cart before them.
The other two who were like ready to move some stuff kind of like look at this exchange awkwardly, and the guy who's eating the food with Alvin followed Alvin's lead. Thessalia, you realize this is not how it's done here. Alvin kind of forced it, and he didn't want to upset anyone, so he kind of just went along with it.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna, as he walks away, I'm just gonna be like, Alvin, I know you're doing a good thing here, but I think moving forward, we should let them approach us with gifts of hospitality. We are, after all, their guests.
Alvin just slowly chews on a biscuit. You don't.
okay.
Offers it. No. Did you want? Okay, I'll finish it.
I'll do some fishing later.
So
Say so.
Rind comes over. These three will be able to take any of your belongings. We need to take off our boots before we progress any further beyond this point, however. If you're going to be staying, our lodging can be accessed through the rear of the building, but I will also show you, once we have put down our stuff, how to access it from the outside as well. And boom, off you go. The lodgings are similar to what it was in the other village. You have a small fire pit in the middle of your room. On the sides, you have benches that this way that long fire pit can shed warmth. This does hold about 10 people, and so about 3 bunks are going to be empty, but everyone here can share. There is a slight partition in the back, just like there was in the other place where you all slept. This one seems to have like a smaller bedroom, presumably for those people who require special accommodations or what have you. But make no mistake, this is not a hotel. This is a guest home. And it is called a home, not just a house, because it is yours while you are here. And the food and other things like that won't be brought to you, Rin begins to explain. Instead, you can go to the market and you buy it just like everyone else here. They will share dinner with you, the communal dinner back of the main hall, and hopefully we will hear some good stories. I'm going to be running around a little bit. It's been some time, but once everything is settled in and all of our packages or backpacks have been put down, I will show you the place where you might be able to find an alchemist. When last I was here some 13 years ago, there was no alchemist, but I'm very excited to see what has changed.
Was there any religious structures in the area?
Religious strictures?
Structures.
Like temples. Not really. I mean, everyone has in their own home. In the winters, we would not use these places. Instead, we would use our own the home altars that everyone has.
Would there be anyone who could create holy water in case we need it again?
For the boat. Yeah. Hopefully he's still alive. There was a fire. Yes. settled in, grab yourself some hot liquid from the cauldron over there. Let me look around, get my bearings, and then I will come back. So we have alchemist, we have a holy water, which we need.
A holy symbol might be more useful. I don't know if you know this, but water tends to be diluted by water.
He slows down for a second, steadies his pace. You're right.
That's why you paid me the big bucks.
You're right. Oh, speaking of bucks, do you have spending money from...
I could use a little more. I'm going to be making us some lamps for down there that can, are waterproof.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
If you need the resources, you may be able to find them in the market.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
11 gold should cover it, I think.
I will...
Maybe a little more, a little less, depending on how many backups we want.
Very well. I will do what I can. If there's nothing else, I'll be back in maybe half an hour. Feel free to get up, move around, do whatever you need.
Is there, before you go, is there a library or any collection of books? that I
No.
can
Well,
learn?
it's been some time since I've been here, and there are some new buildings that seem to be community. He like opens up the door and a blast of cold air comes in, and he kind of sticks his head out, and you can see like a couple snowflakes already like melting on his skin. He closes the door. I don't know what's down there yet. And he's like itching, and you see him. He's like nearly vibrating with energy. He wants to go. Let me look around. Let me see what I can get. Yeah, right. I will hopefully see all of you soon. Marcus Downriver, welcome to my home. I'll be back with stuff. And he leaves.
Don't worry for now. Perhaps there is a booth at the market, books that have come in upriver.
Maybe you'll find some interesting etchings or engravings.
Perhaps. I do have 4 gold pieces. I don't mind consolidating and everybody buying what they need, but please don't go without me. Bazaars are kind of my thing, and if you would like to save some money, I'd like to go with you. I'm frugal, so to speak.
That's a good
I don't seem to have any money, so...
I hand Aldred a gold piece.
I have 8 silver and 8 copper. It's very balanced, like all things should be.
I
Frenell says
thought I handed out some gold from previous from the cultists. Did I forget about that?
No, you're right. It's in my other pants.
Yeah,
Or other pants?
All of our other pants.
I also left mine in my other pants as well.
I left mine in Aldred's other pants. I'll need double.
Right. Well, while you sort out all of your various pant situations, I'm gonna go take a dip in the river. Maybe I'll catch myself, or all of us, some fish.
Anyone remember how much gold we all got?
Yeah, it's a note somewhere. I'll grab it.
Shopping episode.
The issue I had was that I think I couldn't figure out how to put the gold in the foundry.
Oh, that's easy. Go to your inventory page.
Yep.
Look up top.
Is it the add coins? Well, clever.
I know it's hidden, but
Oh, damn, I'm pretty rich.
No,
Yo, dinner's on me, guys. Let's go to town.
You're looking at Aldred's pants, so keep that.
Yeah.
We also have each of us 11 gold pieces, 7 silver pieces, and 6 copper pieces. And thank you, Dan. There are 3 leftover copper, so I think Thessalia should have that for being our treasurer.
Yeah.
I think I did already add that, actually, for that reason. But yeah, while they're, like I said, while they're sorting out their various pants situations,
Sure.
yeah, Tess just kind of walks out and heads down to the river.
Yeah, you
I
do.
follow her.
That's you can see pretty much what happens here when you come out of the building and then you go down further stream. There are not depicted here, but there are like a small bridge that goes from one side to the other. It looks like when they decided to put the village here, it was kind of haphazard, at least initially, and then it kind of grew. And as you can see, nuzzled into the far reaches over there, that's pretty much where everything is. There's also off screen, well, it would have been over here, there is an entire other area. So there's actually two market areas. One seems to be what would be in warmer temperatures a farmer's market. You can see some stalls and like the wooden poles of what would be stalls, but the canvas or the woolen shading is not there. So, but in the back area, that seems to be where everything is, and it's all consolidated. In the meantime, there are houses and little things. You're not going to encounter any city streets with shop fronts. Instead, you're going to encounter buildings that have signs on them, and then you would open the doors and then walk in.
That makes sense. Yeah, Tess does kind of spend a minute like walking along the river's edge. Like, this isn't her first city, but she's still kind of fascinated by everything because, you know, she grew up on a ship.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, so she's definitely doing the thing that I personally hate, the New York City tourist in Times Square, like looking all around and not at what's in front of them.
Okay.
But after a while, she kind of gets to where the river widens a little bit. And then, yeah, just kind of down by the river's edge, kind of kneels down in prayer and takes a silver out of her pocket and almost like a kid with a quarter in a wishing well or a fountain, just like flicks it in with her thumb, just ping, ding, 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 and it goes spiraling in, and she says a prayer to Egaus and the Adai at large.
Yeah. There's you kind of get a slight shiver, like there's an actual response from the water in some fashion.
Yeah. Yeah, she kind of like, you know, rolls her shoulders, like kind of shakes the shiver off of her, and then she strips down and takes a plunge.
Okay. Yeah, and into the ice water you go. What about the rest of you?
Alvin is all bundled up and ready to go out and look at some of those signs and see what's out there.
Okay.
I follow Tess like a little bit behind, but just kind of also doing sort of the New York City like, ooh,
Yeah, Jess did not see you.
Every single place. Yeah. Do you see me like? So I like come all the way up to the water. I'm not getting in the water. Do you see me when I get there?
I'm probably like underwater, and then like I come up for air, see you on the shore, and just like
I wave and come on in. Just kind of like, I'm good. I just like wrap my scarf around me a little bit more. Just kind of like walking around and enjoying like seeing what types of, you know, if there's any sort of like wildlife, if there's any plants left over with all of this cold. Just also trying to kind of do like buddy system. Last time we got in water, it did not go so well. And so her Tess was going out to the lake and just follow her out there a bit. And it's just sort of walking around and muttering to myself in Druidic and, you know.
You do see some livestock, namely you see some goats and you see some sheep. There's also quite a bunch of cow in this area. There's also some other herd animals that seem to be unique to this area. They are horned, small, They, you know what they look like? A Scottish Highland cow with the long.
Oh, I love
with
them.
the long, yep.
Oh, I love them so much.
Yeah, it kind of looks like that. That and a combination between that and a water buffalo. But they are here as well. There's definitely some dogs as well and cats. You don't see too many mice or rats. The trees in this area, needless to say, a lot of the area has been clear cut for the wood for the homes. But you can see as the Alpine mark is hit, and there's not a lot up there. Further down and into the mountains, however, like not too far from the village, you can still see that there are some trees that are still there. There are plants. Some of the plants, you do see some flowers. There's some that are akin to a poinsettia, beautiful red leaves, but there's also some that have blue and purple. And for those of you that are also getting into the village itself, you can tell that while it has been some time, the weather is kind of also worn away at some of the paint. A lot of these buildings have also been painted bright colors, reds and beautiful sky blues, things to contrast against the gray brown background of the stark mountains behind them.
Well, for now, it certainly seems like they could use someone of your skill set. It looks like they've cleared out most of the major hardwood.
Where did you come from?
Oh, I've
She jumps. Like, here's this voice next to her.
I asked Zora, Karl, and Aldred if they wanted to go shopping with me, and didn't wait for an answer.
But the shop's over there. We came to the lake.
Oh.
Okay.
How correct.
Okay. Hi. How
Hi.
you doing? How are
Hi.
you?
I'm good. It's a bit chilly out for my taste, but I would certainly wouldn't mind a cup of hot cocoa.
Karl, what are you doing?
I'm gonna do what Rin suggested. I'm gonna take off my boots and make my way to the nearest tavern and make myself comfortable, and maybe at the same time kind of keep my eyes out for what may look like a holy person that he was trying to talk about.
Absolutely. So taking off the boots was for inside. Hopefully you're not taking your boots off and then going out.
No. Once I enter the tavern, before I enter the tavern.
Oh no. Commercial buildings, keep your shit on. No, nobody takes them off. No, it's only in the homesteads. So
Dig it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you start taking off, and people in the store are kind of like, yeah.
Look, I thought it was Chuck E. Cheese's, all right?
Yes, yeah,
Already said there's no mice here.
So I'm gonna go down the line, starting up with Karl here, and let's find out what everyone is doing. Just to give you a brief overview of what it is that's in this town at first glance. What we can see here is that there's some bakers as well, and there's also a barber who also serves as a physician. You're looking at a blacksmith. There seems to be one in the area, but it also seems like they are incredibly busy. There's about 4 apprentices outside of the blacksmith running around. You can see some bleachers as well. Those people that are taking care of, either way, just moving on because I'm not even sure I know what the fuck a bleacher is. Anyone here know what a bleacher was in medieval times? I have it. I wrote it down a long time ago. No? Okay.
Like for clothing and hide and stuff?
I'm gonna guess it's like a tanner, like a
bleacher.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, tanners is certainly something else, but butchers, carpenters. You can see a chicken.
You mean a soap maker?
I don't know. Possibly.
Oh, a bleacher would be a soap maker back then.
Then there you go. Yeah. So there you go. Bleacher, soap maker. I probably learned something that day, put it down, thinking myself witty, and immediately forgot it. There is one person that professes to be a doctor as well. And there you can see it looks more like an alchemy lab. You see a beaker, like the shape of the universal sign of a beaker. Alvin, that might be of interest to you, but right now you're off in the wilds with Frenell rather. There are tons of furriers. There's one hat maker and other people that take care of knitting. There's also an inn down there And you can also see that there are some foreigners in the area, as detailed or as told by some of their clothing. You see a locksmith and pastry cooks and plasterers and purse makers and a saddler and others going on here, including a couple of artistic buildings such as sculptors. And there's at least 2 shoemakers. There is a tavern there as well. There's a weaver and a wine cellar, but the wine cellar is not open. Oh, and an essential market. Yeah.
I'm gonna go find someone to buy lots of rope from.
Yeah, that's real easy.
Yeah, I figured as much. And then I'd like to go to the blacksmith and purchase some large hooks from him.
Yeah,
as well.
Are you talking like the hooks for hanging pots over fires? Like the S hooks?
Smaller than that. It's going to be something that Aldred is going to fashion, hopefully for anyone who's going in the water with him.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Are you talking like gaff hooks then?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Not a problem. You will. You'll be able to find them. Thessalia. On that note, because there's some lakes and other things like that, there is. You can see in the distance that there's yet another lake in the region. This one is based off of a small little inlet in the area. In the larger lake, you can see at least 5 masts just at absolute standstill in peaceful, calm waters.
Tess is gonna get out of the water, kind of shake herself dry, get dressed, and head over there.
All right. While you're heading there, you happen to be passed by Karl. I was also looking around for any sign of a religious folk or what have you. You do find a general store, and hanging, again, there's no shop fronts or anything along those lines, but hanging outside on several pegs on the outside wall, you can see some amulets and other things, and there do seem to be a couple of religious symbols amongst them. One of them has 2 crescent moons along with a dot in the middle of it. The sign of Nordaga.
Hey, Karl. So, how's the search going?
Well, not too well. Honestly, I do not know exactly who I am looking for, but I figure if I hit up the nearest tavern and start the conversation, perhaps I could find who I'm looking for.
Perhaps. I just passed a store, couple doors down that might be of interest to you. It had the pendant of Nordaga hanging in the window, as well as a bunch of other deities and beliefs, but let's go. I'll join you.
I'd say that is a very good place to start.
That description was for Karl.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay, Karl. That was your description. Maybe I misspoke. Yeah, Karl. I said, yeah, and then we see Karl like looking around, looking for like religious or something like that. You come across a building and blah blah blah.
Headed right for there.
Okay. Yeah, you go inside and you see somebody behind the counter. They look up briefly, wave, and go back to doing whatever they're doing from behind the counter. It looks like that they're whittling.
Excuse me, would you happen to have, and he's looking around, do you happen to have any holy water, holy relics?
What language are you speaking?
Ethereal.
Dedicated to what god?
Let's go with Nordaga. It seems to the sign outside, the good option, I figure.
That is an easy one. And they reach down and they pick up. There's like a small. It's a small.
small.
It is. It's SHMOL. It's just a little guy. And there's a small little shelving unit. Looks over. Apparently, all the expensive stuff is there. Takes out a small chest, opens it up, confirms its contents and turns it over to you. None of them are labeled in any language. Instead, you will see the symbols of deity on there. There are at least 3 in there from Nordaga.
And he's just gonna look at, like, it means nothing to him because he's purely superstitious, not very religious at all, and he's just gonna point at the one that looks the holiest. He's gonna be like, yes. And how much for this one? And he's gonna pick it up and hold it up to the shopkeeper.
Yeah. How many do you want to buy?
I would, best occasion, buy 6, but depending on the price, we will see where we fall.
Let me see here. Holy water. So if you individually, they will cost 3 gold a piece. But if you get like 5 or more, I can bring it down to 2.5.
Could I hold on? Let me do math in my head real quick.
15, Karl, for 5.
Could I interest you? I would like to do.
And there's a gnome beside you, by the way.
Could I do perhaps 5 of them for 11 gold and 5 silver?
You want to do 5 of them for how much?
You said it would be how much in gold for singular?
3?
3 gold for singular. I would like to buy 5 of them for, if you would be in agreement, 11 gold and 5 silver.
I give them to you for 12.5.
I do not. I can reach out to one of my friends, and I will come back with that much for you. It's yes.
Where do you come from?
I am originally from Mutvia, but I am traveling with some friends.
He gets up. You stay here. I will be right at the back. And he goes into a back room, and you can hear like a. And he comes back out, and he has like it's like an old, like, dusty bag. It's like an old leather bag. This was left here by someone from Mutvia a long time ago, and they never come back. So I'll give you the contents and the bag and the holy water for we got 20 gold.
I am very much a sucker for mystery prizes. I will find my friends and I will locate 20 gold and come back for this.
Do you want?
Do not go anywhere.
All right. I was going to show you what's inside, but that's
yes. Oh, it does not that to be a mysterious package?
No,
right. Show me what is inside.
Is this how Mutfians work?
We take everything day by day. It's a very what will be type situation for us.
All right. Well, yeah. So there is in here. He like afraid. It looks like that he's attempted to oil the bag, and it's not quite absorbed stuff. It's just like it's old, it's crusty, etc. And he like reaches in, and it's like a slight cracking. A little bit of like leather dust rises up off it. He reaches in, kind of fumbles around, and pulls out a wooden holy symbol of Nordaga. Holds that out, and it's on a cracked leather thing. You will have to replace this He also pulls out another thing. This one, I do not know what it is. And he just shows it to you. Looks like it's just like a clay thing with some kind of glyph in it. Also with a leather thong. That one in slightly better condition. Let me just make sure I have. Okay. Yep, got that. He also pulls out like a small wooden box and like lifts it up. Yeah. And in here you can see really squat 4 ceramic like wax stopper sealed things, and all of them are red. I think I do not know if these are still good, so major discount, but this may be the healing potion type of thing, so may need that, maybe not, hopefully. But hopefully they only will ever collect dust. And puts it, and then gives that to you. Then there is this, and he takes it out, and it's a book. Now, the book has a leather lock coming over it, as we would, kind of like what we would see in diaries. The only problem is that there's no lock. Instead, there's a magical glyph. And if you try to fiddle with the pages do not separate. It looks like a block inside of a leather cover. I do not know what it is. I can't get it off, and when one night I tried, it gave me a shock, so I stopped. I think it belonged to Wizard.
Well, thank you very much. I tell you what, I have 11 gold on my person now. I will put this down for the contents of the bag and come back with the rest for no.
No. You take your money, and then when you are done, then you will come back.
All right, I will return then.
I hope so. Last person has not. And he's and then sits down and continues to whittle.
That's so awkward.
for the sake, just for the sake of opportunistic role play, we're going to switch over to Alvin really quick. I want to get everyone else situated, at least in places that are useful to you, and then we'll get the group back together. Alvin, what are you doing?
Alvin is trying to convince Zora of 2 things.
You go bounce. So you've got teleport. It takes an hour to fucking cast it, and yet you're able to. You have like dimension door.
Total sense, because that mixed with the bag is the origin story of Worm's bag of teleportation.
That's good.
I wanted to, with your permission, of course, as DM, to convince Zora of 2 things. The first of which was that I wanted to play a game with her called Let's Get a Discount. And the second of which is I wanted to start a rumor about one of the shoemakers in town, but not the other. Small town, 2 shoemakers. I want to see if I can start a bidding war and get some cheap ass shoes out of it.
How about it?
So Zora, in Coltrek, we had a game we used to play growing up. It wasn't always easy being a gnome, but it sure as heck was fun. And you could get a lot of discounts if you walked in a store with 2 people and you had different views on what things were worth. Is that something that interests you at all?
Zora was in the middle of bartering with somebody and being very sneaky about it, and Alvin just came up and like blew up her spot as she's holding this item up to the light and about to convince them that it's like not as nice as they claim it to be. And she just goes, What are you doing here?
Well, we need water breathing potions if we're gonna be underwater. Well, the rest of us do. And I was wondering, maybe you could help me convince them that their water breathing potions aren't as good as what you possess naturally.
You know, I'll play along. I have a reputation, though, kind of. I'd like to think I do. That I am.
They've heard of you here?
I'm not saying
This town doesn't have a name.
I'm not saying that it's here, but in other places people talk. I like to buy things, so I am the babysitter, and I will come with you to play your little game. But
Look, I can wear the beard if you're worried about your reputation. One sec, I have it here somewhere.
I don't think it matters who wears. If you wear the beard, I'm still me. But,
Would you like to wear the beard?
I hand the piece back to the woman. I'm like, it's okay, it's fine. A necklace is probably impractical, anyways, for my line of work. But thank you very much. It's beautiful. Okay, where are we going? Alvin, you don't need to wear the beard. Where are we going? They're watching you put a disguise on.
Yeah, the lady behind the counter is like watching this entire thing.
Yes, Alvin was here all along. Alvin, who's that? Oh my goodness, it's me, and you can't even tell.
Have a nice day. And I like grab Alvin and I'm like, let's go. I kind of like pick him up like Aldred style, like, let's go to let's play your game. Where are we going?
This is that episode
there,
from.
Look, they've got a beaker. It's civilization.
Yeah. All right.
Oh.
Wow. Okay.
I will take Alvin where he needs to go to deceive the good townsfolk of 3 feet. and maybe drag Rin through the mud inadvertently. So let's go.
Alrighty. Well, you do make your way down there. You're going to the alchemist place first?
Yes.
Okay. All right. When you go in, you can see that there's a woman at the end of the counter. There's no behind the counter in this place. There's like a table that she sits at in full flank in view of you in the chair. And she seems to be transcribing some notes while also having something burning underneath a small flame. Looks over. Hi. Looks back.
I open the door and I place him in, and then I shut the door, and then after like 5 minutes I walk in as if I don't know him.
That's so
fantastic. This gives me time to establish a plausible black backstory. Yes. It's almost as if she's played the game before.
Can you give me a deception check, please?
Like,
no advantage.
Alvin, right? Zora is
Alvin.
Like, yeah.
Okay, we can do this if we can figure out. Okay. Oh, that is a 15.
She looks at you, nods to herself, and gestures to come in, and gestures around.
Yeah, I take a look at her notes.
You hop up on the chair beside her and look down on what she's working on?
Yes.
Zora melts into the corner like, oh my god, someone help me.
And she says in, what languages do you speak?
I speak Ethereal with like an accent from like the good part of Koltrek. I try and speak very proper.
Okay, well, you haven't said anything yet, so she's like,
Ethereal? Ethereal? Do you speak Ethereal?
Yes.
Ethereal, do you speak it?
fantastic. Wonderful. What can I make out of her notes? What can I tell what she's working on?
You know what? Give me
Alchemical lore?
No, because she moved it away when you got up on her fucking chair to look at her table. You're literally your head is doing this.
As soon as he scrambles up, I leave.
Yeah, okay.
Zora like sees what's happening and she's like,
She like takes her notes,
play the game,
moves it away. Can I help you, please?
Wonderful. Yes. Potions of water breathing.
Yes.
Do you sell them?
She takes her notes, places them in the open book in front of her, and looks right at you as she closes the book on the notes and turns the book so the cover is so the spine is facing you, and it's not labeled. There's no title on the spine, and she goes, "Yes." How many?
I walk back to the other side of the counter. I'm picking up a little bit of a cold shoulder.
So, how many would you like?
7, ideally.
Oh.
How long do they last?
They last for 1 hour.
Geez, 7 would be best. Yes.
I can have them made for you. It will take maybe 2 days. Tomorrow.
2 days. Is there any other alchemist in town?
No. Most people do not come here to swim in the winter.
He gives a very fake laugh. Well, naturally. Where did you study by any chance?
Here. My mother, she taught me, and I've been doing it now for 27 years.
27 years? My goodness, you look so young.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Is there anything else?
2 days would be 2 days would be agreeable. How much would you charge for that?
For you, 80 gold.
Yes. You will see the gold before I hand it to you.
Thank you for that courtesy. You say I will see the gold before you hand it to me.
You can even count the gold and touch the gold.
Thank you for that courtesy. Is there anything else that I can get for you? Do you need supplies? Are you alchemist?
Yes.
So you look up. You look up, and what you do notice of that the shop does have out is you do see some alchemist goggles. You do see some labs. You see some kits.
They have goggles.
Yeah.
I am smitten by these goggles. My goodness, what a lovely pair of goggles.
Would you like to see them?
May I? I'm trying to jump up and reach them. They're too high.
She like stands up and she's like just beelines right to pulls it down, and here you are. They are brass with a like crystal lenses and what have you in there. Yep, absolutely. All of the adjustments are there. Different filters for different, so you can see the colors of more gases and other things and like that, and fluids, etc.
These are wonderful quality.
Thank you.
How much for that and the 7 water breathing potions?
190 gold.
How much for just the 7 water breathing potions again?
80.
My goodness. Well, I am going to have to talk with my employer to see if I have that kind of an allowance.
Of course.
However, I am admire greatly your craft. Perhaps there's some sort of barter we could work out. I could certainly teach you perhaps something from my formula book, and I show her a formula book.
Yeah, she takes a look at it. And then she kind of like half looks up to the bookshelf directly in front of her, just above the table. And it's like 7 volumes. She's like, looks at yours. May I? Here we find that you may not know. We ask to read other people's works before we read other people's works. May I read your works?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, thank goodness. And then she just
earlier.
She like flips through, sees like the first 8 pages of stuff, a couple of pages of doodles, and the entire blank end part that's yet to be, or how, I don't know how you, what does she see?
She sees exactly what you described.
Okay.
8 pages of recipes, many doodles, and some of them are of a very small man throwing very large explosives at what appear to be robots for some reason.
When she takes a look at the book, she notices there's like illustrations in the corner. And then she like flips the pages to see the illustrations start moving. And she sees that.
That's exactly what happened, yes.
So she's, you have very clearly studied and know your craft. I will give you some discounts and some information. If
information is more valuable to me than anything.
Well, there is, we have more supplies for people in our trade. I will take 5 gold piece off of this thing. So for the water potions and the goggles, 185 gold piece. And if you also need some supplies or reagents, they are all kept in the back for obvious reasons. They can be very dangerous.
That goes without saying, for sure. Yes. Perhaps we will meet again. And he dramatically turns and walks out the door mid-conversation.
Ting, ting.
Oh, but he gets the book back first, obviously.
Oh yes, yeah, of course, here.
Yeah.
Okay, you leave.
I need Rin's approval for that kind of an expense, and there's no point in drawing it out. As soon as I'm out the door, by the way, I'm taking off this silly beard, which serves no purpose whatsoever for the sake of the narrative.
And Aldred, where do we find, or well, we kind of have it. You love the juxtaposition of Alvin's beard next to Frenell's flower wig.
I know, it's like a professional next to an Alvin.
Aldred, where do we find you, please?
Alvin is just confused that where Zora went.
It's okay. Aldred, where do we find you, Aldred?
Aldred, as soon as he got in, went straight to business and going over to the blacksmith where he saw him, and he's talking about hooks and stakes. So.
Okay, yeah, that's, as you can imagine, that could be a fairly quick interaction. But is there anything in particular or odd that you're really looking for as well?
I'm kind of wondering where everyone else went, because everyone just kind of scattered and went to various places and didn't tell me anything. So
Okay. He's looking. Do you? What language are you speaking, by the way?
it would have to be Jotun.
Okay.
So if he speaks Jotun,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we do speak Jotun here. Are you a blacksmith yourself?
not much of one. Sailor.
Oh, sailor. Well, I prefer to keep my feet in the dry sands and dirt. How many hooks did you need?
12.
You give me an hour. Do you need the wooden handle
The wooden handle for what?
to hold on to the hook? Do you need a handle for the hooks?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Oh, just the hooks. That's fine.
Just the hook.
How many what else do you need?
Small stakes.
Just with a lip on the top for hammering, like tent
Yes.
stakes.
Preferably ones that I could drive in by hand. Actually,
To dirt or to vampires.
are there vampires around here?
Yes.
Well, not worried about the vampires right now.
All right then.
Just-
So just by hand then. That's fine.
Thick mud, probably underwater.
That's okay. How many?
Let's say 10.
10. Give me 12 hooks, 10 stakes. Give me 6 gold and 2 hours.
Does anyone have cork and fishing line around here?
Yeah.
I can go get.
Two doors down, you'll find.
That's what I'm doing.
All right, I'll see you in a bit.
Like I said, it's just business.
Yeah, and so you go into the next place. The guy's like inside, he's whistling, and he's like bored out of his mind because it's not fishing season. But inside, you see some, like, there are nets and other things, and you can apparently still hear the black the blacksmith next door. You step inside, you see like two people kind of like milling about, but one person milling about, the other person is actually tying knots to make a net. And you can see a massive net bunched up on the ground and all the loose threads, and they're just making a net. Looks like that they're getting ready for the fishing season.
I'm gonna go up, and as I'm talking to them, I'm just going to like casually start helping them tie the net, as though it was something like, yeah, I know what this is.
And so they gesture to the stool on the other side of the counter where they're doing all their work, and yeah, you just sit down and you start doing it with them. Not a problem. Several minutes of conversation goes by, and they take a look at your work, and they nod, and they push more loose threads your way, just to complete finishing the net. You two don't talk. But the person milling about kind of notices what's going on, says something in the regional language. You kind of pick up on it. It's kind of related to Jotun. And that person responds in a very favorable way. And looks at you and says, oh, yeah, and, just continues doing their thing.
And then I'm going to respond in Jotun, like, I need fishing line and orcs. Do you have those here? While I'm just kind of whittling away at the net.
Oh, you speak the Jotun tongue. Yes. How much fishing line do you need?
Oh, 10 reels and 10 corks.
No, this is not a problem. 2.5 gold.
I can do that.
Yeah. And immediately comes back, and it's like gives you that, pulls out some corks, and just says, take however many you need. When you take a look at the cork, it's real cork, needless to say. I mean, it's not, it's not bullshit. It's not not bullshit. It's actual real cork. But you also see different sizes and whatnot. So you pick out whatever it is that you need.
I'm gonna try to pick out the biggest ones that I can.
Oh, not a problem. Yeah, you get however many you need, and if you need more, then they pick down like a wooden bucket and like put it down on there. It's just filled with corks.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna finish like the bit of loose threads that they gave me before I leave.
Okay, and before you pay, after you take care of some of the net, they slide the 5 silver back to you, and let you have it all for 2.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Thank you for your work. You do really good work. Please,
You too.
come back on the season. Yeah, maybe we go out and catch the fish.
I would love that. Yes.
Have a good day. Stay warm.
Aldred likes it here.
And Zora.
Yes.
So you shut the door.
I shut the door and I meander around for a little bit, and I run into Aldred as he's coming out of the fisherman's shop with hands full of product. I'm like, oh, if you do anything today, it's staying away from Alvin. He'll make sure that he ruins your bartering time. And it's okay. I'm just gonna keep going to the market.
It's like a drive-by, you fill it.
Yeah.
I have nothing else going on, so I'm just gonna follow.
Okay. Awesome.
I usually do this by myself, but this is nice. I like the company.
Oh, is this a problem?
No. Please, I really like this. This
Okay.
is lovely. I'm just going to search for a couple things.
Okay. All right.
She is going to look for anything that is super fucking mysterious and or magical, or because that's like what she's always interested in. She likes treasure and. Keeping an eye out on anything that could be related to what was taken out of the meteorite.
So, when you come around the corner, and again, this is all sparse, you find yourself heading back into that one place where there was like not a lot of thing, and then you end up following a trail where it seems, I mean, the road is doing one of these things where the wagon, there's just ruts in the road from wagons going by. And that is where you've seen people not from this area come and go. You follow that around, and then it explodes beyond. There are stalls around. It looks like what we would understand to be like a miniature Renaissance fair. There's like 25 booths and all sorts of like tents and stalls and other things everywhere. And you can see various people like all milling about. It's not particularly busy, but it is very lively.
Amazing. She like does one of these to Aldred and is like, hey, do you hear that?
The
This
people.
sounds heaven. Let's go.
And you awesome. You guys head in there. One of the first things that you see is somebody who's just like whittling. Looks like that they're making some musical instruments. When you pass by that booth, you can see somebody is selling like some travel rations and some jerky and other things like that. There does not seem to be any order. It's whatever dry patch of land that does anything that isn't muddy. The entirety of it is mud. Inside the stalls, not so horrible. There you see some remnants of hay, but lots of like stones, like little stones just spread out all over the place. Is there anything in particular that you're looking for?
Anything that looks like it would have been traded treasure. So that was like her jam beforehand, is treasure hunting.
Sure.
So any valuables or magical, especially magical items. With her purveyor of the bazaar, she gets identify magic. So she just kind of tinkers and wanders and barters stuff.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. You begin looking around. There's only one booth there that looks like it may have something that has magic stuff.
Okay. Ooh, these are nice. What am I looking at? I like pick something up and look at it.
Sure. They kind of like look at you. It says, that piece there, that is a lens that you can look through and see very far away.
Oh. Okay.
It comes in pairs. You take 2 lenses and then you put them inside of, and they hand you a piece of leather.
Binoculars?
No, it's a telescope.
Telescope.
Yes.
Telescope.
What language are you speaking, by the way?
Virial.
Okay, cool.
Okay, this is nice. I think I'm okay with that. Do you have anything that's a little more mysterious? I have an itch I can't seem to scratch. I'm not from here, and I like to collect trinkets that are unique.
Unique?
Yes.
Is it a magical spyglass?
No, it is not. It's just a lens.
It's very pretty.
Oh, but you are looking for the real stuff. Hold on for 1 second. He turns around and like goes back behind the flap, and you can see the assistants just kind of standing there like this, and just kind of like looking at everything, making sure that nothing's moving on its own. And then he comes back, and the first thing that he has is like he brings out a staff.
Ooh, may I?
Yes, of course.
Okay, what am I looking at?
This here, if you the first thing that you notice that this is a long it is a long carved wooden staff. Now the top of it is no, excuse me, I am so sorry. That's right, I just remembered. The whole thing is made out of iron, and it is then capped with like a multifaceted gem.
Oh, what does this do? And I like start to like I know better. I don't touch things that could be magical, but I like point to it.
So may I?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, they take it and go. The whole top of it begins to glow like a torch. And the whole thing is just like light just begins to really just fill the whole area. And if you have it, it should be good. Hold on, come outside.
Okay.
Takes it back out. And then you see it turns into a continual flame. And then a searing light comes out. And
does the turbocharge, does that do damage to not nice folks?
The turbo?
Yes, that last bit, that was...
Oh, yes. Yes, it is fire and will burn very hot. Yes, it's very good. Very good. I highly recommend it if you are going into the mountains and you are fighting the I do not know what you call them, but they are big and made of ice and can move.
Vampires.
The ice trolls or the runes?
Oh yeah. Troll. You know these words, and vampires. No,
are there vampires around here?
Yes.
Yes.
Should we be concerned about the vampires?
Well, of course, yes. They're vampires.
Okay.
I bought 10 steaks from the blacksmith. It'll be fine.
Oh.
Oh,
okay.
Yes. Ask your friend. He knows that the vampires are here.
Okay, I will be sure to do that. So this would be useful with the mountain trolls.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Where did you acquire such a pretty trinket?
And just as he says that, like looks 5 feet that way, and there's like a wagon passing by. Traders are everywhere here.
Yes. Does he give a authentic vibe? Is this like a
Give me a perception check.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, what is Karl doing?
I'm gonna also make a perception check.
I am looking around town now for any of my friendos because I need to borrow 9 gold.
Sure. So yeah, you're looking around, and you start heading a little bit deeper in, and you kind of hear the murmur of talk in the distance. and you can see a wagon going down a lane. And just right around the corner, you can see, around the corner and some ways off, you can see Zora and Aldred. And
Zora!
Beyond that, like, and the whole place just opens up, and you can see like 25 market stalls.
I got a 23.
Very eager, but yeah, legit.
Okay. How much is this?
Oh, that one there is 425 gold.
Oh, I simply do not have that money. I am a nomadic lady myself. Carrying that around, as you can imagine, is very dangerous. Do you have layaway?
But we kind of stay here. We don't.
No, I would be the one going away, but I can lay it here. Correct.
You need to sleep. I know that there is a place
Okay,
down.
No. What else do you? Anything else in the 5 to 15 variety of magical intrigue?
In gold. Oh, you have a budget. Oh yeah, no, oh, of course, yes, yeah. Please come in, yeah, and it takes you right in. Let's see, and starts like looking around.
Unless you have credit.
I'm sorry.
And credit? Unless you have credit.
What is this word?
So it's I promise to pay with interest. So I give you some gold, and then I give you more gold than you asked for at the end. I am part of the Vanguard Society, you see. Our local Rin is my employer, so I would like to be very prepared and keep him safe.
And you guys called Alvin evil.
You want to give me gold and then give me more gold? What would you buy in return?
Well, let's see what else we have. I'm not married to the
Yes,
staff, but
of course, yeah. You say 5 or 6?
5 to 15.
5 to 15. Are you looking for potions, perhaps? Maybe.
I deal with a lot of very otherworldly things recently. So anything you can't quite explain, anything that
I can explain everything in the store. Yeah. Everything here is very legitimate.
Is there anything that seems like it could be very effective against spooky nightmare monsters?
Spooky nightmare monsters. A good tea, chamomile before you go to bed.
Excellent. That sounds great. Will you take, just out of curiosity, will you take 15 gold for the staff?
No,
I thought I would just ask you.
I'm so sorry.
How it is. No, it's okay. If there's no price sticker, then it's free.
Huh?
No, that's just a joke. Never. You know, you've been lovely. And she's very embarrassed because usually she ends up procuring something, and Aldred has been witnessing this total failure.
So I am, but before you go, I do have some things here. Since you come across these spooky nightmare peoples, I will give you. Are you coming across vampires?
I haven't yet, but this one says I should watch out. So perhaps.
No, just asking. Hold on. Then grabs a couple of things and puts them out on a nearby table. This is the smallest one. This is minor. This one is lesser. I have many of these. These are healing potions. The lesser ones, they do cost about 12 gold, and the minor ones are about 5 gold, 4 gold.
Oh, 4. Okay, 4 of 4. Yes. Let's. Yes. I'm like picking him up. I might take some. I'm waiting to see what else he has.
Oh, yes. What do you look? You want something against the nightmare stuff?
Yeah, I would love to inquire if you have.
Hold on. I am looking, and he's just like looking around like a nightmare. Like starts like sifting through some herbs and like some satchels with some stuff, and I have something for you. Hold on, and then goes in the back, pulls back the curtain, and you can see it's a fucking stock room. I mean, it's just a stock room. I mean, there's like, and you see a goblin back there. It's kind of like. And then goes right back to doing whatever they're doing. And hold on, I just got to notice that my keyboard is about to fucking die. So let me just plug this thing in.
Oh, you should give it a lesser potion, and maybe it'll kick back to life.
So.
Oh, hello, Karl.
There we go. So, and you can see that he's putting various herbs into a satchel and then bringing it back over to you.
Oh, what is this? Is this for tea?
No. This is for the smelling. If you put it under your pillow, then at night, as you sleep, the fumes that come off of it will prevent any kind of a spooky thing from coming into your life.
Oh, how much is this one?
Oh, this is... how many do you need?
Just one.
Oh, just the one? It's some herbs, 7 silver.
Oh, if you could make it 2 for 10, I'll do it.
Yep. All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 for 1 gold.
Yes, and I give you a gold.
Okay. Cool.
And I'll take 2 minor potions with that.
Yeah, perfect. Here you are. And so those are each 4 gold.
Oh, okay. And I give you the 4, and I see the rock candy wall over there. Do you have any peppermint? That is my favorite.
Oh, that's not the rock candy. Those are scrying crystals.
Are they edible?
No.
I'll take 1.
All right.
How much?
Goes over to just fucking. I'll hold on and take brushes it off and puts it down. This one and puts down like it looks like a small, mostly spherical. Mm-hmm. And puts it down. It's like it's like that big or so. Mm-hmm. That is 3,800 gold.
That is, I asked about the staff, and that was a funny joke with the 400. But this is a lot. That's a mortgage, my friend. Maybe another time.
I hope you do not need a mortgage anytime soon, and that you stay alive.
Thank you. With these minor potions, perhaps I will. What is your name? I'll spread the word. You are very, very fair.
Oh, Jürgen.
Zora.
Zora.
Yes.
Hello. Pleasure doing business with you, and stay away from the spooky stuff.
Oh, yes. So with these two, it's no spooky. No rest for the wicked. And I take one of the pouches and I slap it against Aldred's chest. Here for your spooky nightmares. And then I look at Karl. I'm like, I was gonna get you the staff, my friend, but it is way too expensive. Maybe another time. If they did lay away, it would be a whole other story. And then
Do you have any looks to Aldred as well? Do either of you have 9 gold that I may borrow? I have a deal on some trinkets and spooky movie in bag.
I am immediately just give him. I just got 4 gold. I'll give you the 4 gold that I have. So.
no. I
just need 5 gold now.
Oh, I have 5. Here you go. I have 5.
And then Karl immediately starts running to the direction of that store that has the bag and the
Oh yeah, sure.
the holy water.
Yeah,
Do we
yeah.
do we follow him, or do I just keep watching you barter?
Oh, I'm done. Oh, we can go now.
It was impressive.
Oh, thank you very much. I've seen better days. Usually there's rock candy in the end to kind of cure my nerves a little bit, but this is...
Yeah, you got a whole steak seasoning and.
You also got a steak seasoning. I hope you have a very beautiful dream.
So you make it back over there, and I believe that was the woman, right? Yeah. See, look. Oh no! That's right. It was the guy. But that was the guy. It was. Hey, you made it back.
I have returned 20 gold, as we have discussed, for the holy water and the non-returning Mutvian's bag.
Yes. This is
Things.
of things. Yeah. Well, then keep in mind there is still some other stuff inside, and so, just be careful. We don't identify other people's possessions without without their permission. Let me take care of this here, and he starts collecting the holy water. So the holy water 7 in the back for 20 gold. Yeah, here you are, my friend.
Thank you very much. I send you my thanks as well from my fellow party members. This will be most helpful. Thank you.
I sincerely hope that the bag finds a good home, so safe travels back to your home country.
Grazie.
And you head out, and everyone else is coming back around. We're going to go back over to Frenell real quick and find out what's going on over there. Frenell, where are you?
So, I was watching out to the lake, watching Tess. Then all of a sudden, Alvin appeared. Looked back to the lake, saw Thessalia walking back towards the town, turned, and Alvin was gone. So now we're going into the town.
Okay.
Just
avoiding.
I have two things that I'm looking for. First is some sort of like produce stand.
Okay.
I want some fruits.
So you don't find any fruits. They're not in season. But
What about seeds for fruits?
You find some seeds, but it's mainly tubers, root veggies, that kind of thing. There is some like some sappy shrubs that you find that are like rosemary and stuff like that.
Even like a shop, like no shop sells them or anything.
It's more of a stall because it's things change so quickly.
Okay. That's okay. I guess the next thing I would be looking for is any sort of like place with like books that I can learn more about sort of like the local history, not necessarily local like this town, but I'm thinking really trying to get more knowledge about, say, like Chrysera, especially.
Sure.
If there would be any sort of like occult shop, library, something.
Well, as you're walking around and you're looking for anything like some semblance of intelligence contained within four walls, some kind of academia, it's very clear this is not the place for that. But you do see a huddle of people off in one corner. And there's one person in a very well carved, very large, like high back chair, leaning forward and talking to all of them over a fire pit. And those people are gathered around and seems to be telling stories and a little bit more.
So I walk up.
Yeah.
And hope that I can understand what they're saying.
Well, it is in the regional tongue. So you
Do I
don't...
see Ren anywhere around?
Do you... no, Rin is not
Ren.
available, no.
Ren is not here.
Rin is not here. You know what? You know what? Hold on. Let's take advantage of that wonderful gift that you just gave me. Where is Rin? So you turn around and you can see like there's like several houses over here and whatnot, and you can see Rin coming out of one door and he's like putting his coat back on and a scarf and whatnot, and he's like
Rin.
Like here's his name,
Like,
and then you see a hand come out, grab him by the shoulder and pull him back in, and he's like, and the door just closes.
So I still like walk up to that group, but sort of like either they're in a circle.
Yeah.
With one person kind of like in the front.
Yeah.
Almost like
It's like a small gathering around a campfire, and that other person, it just happens to be like an actual brazier. And he's like leaning over it so that the light of the fire like gets into his face, and all that.
Yeah, I would like to walk up and at least like see, what I can gain. At least I'm there.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. They seem to be telling a tale, and he's like, and then it's like very exciting that everyone there, it's like children and adults are like, yeah, and then they sit back and they listen intently. It seems to be more of a hero's tale.
Okay. I don't really stay there very long.
Well, they notice you. I mean, the guy, a couple of people, they kind of look over and you see them like welcoming you into the space, like even giving you
so
like
it's not like a closed off space.
No.
Okay. I misunderstood. Apologies.
Yeah, no.
I can like walk up and like make a point. Like I don't want to like stand out, but I sort of I'm very short. And so sort of like, I don't stand behind anyone, kind of like walk up and
they opened it up. And
I'm hoping that someone will realize that I don't really understand, but I'm really like overdoing my emotions. When everybody else laughs, I laugh and like get excited and at least sort of like fake it till I make it sort of situation.
Yeah, not a problem. So it takes a little bit of time. You know what? Give me a diplomacy check, please.
Okay. This is not the first time that Frenell has just like walked up to people that
That seems to be a thing with gnomes.
Yeah.
We're very gregarious people.
Very, I would say so. Absolutely.
Give me just a moment. I am looking. Because that's not where I thought it was. Apologies. Proficiency.
No problem.
Ah. Okay. Diplomacy, you said.
Yep.
16.
Oh, yeah, not a problem. There's
That is the difference between myself and Alvin.
What's that?
In terms of gnomes.
So when you get close, this weathered old man, it kind of like has a twinkle in his eye, and he like leans forward, and his voice begins to drop down to conspiratorial, like a conspiratorial whisper in front of the people there, and it draws them in a little bit closer, and you can kind of feel like people moving you in as well. But then he notices you. And asks you a question in a local language and stops. And then he asks, do you speak Ivirial?
Oh, yes. I speak of Ivirial.
Now we will only speak Ivirial here for our new guest. And have you heard the tale of the frost serpent and the mountain's daughter?
No.
His voice begins to echo through the hushed crowd. No. Well. Listen now, my friends. It's a tale of courage and cunning that will chill your bones and warm your heart. So long ago, when the mountains were young, there lived a mighty frost serpent, a creature of ice and snow, with scales that shimmered the length of the back, just like the northern lights above. And it was said that you could breathe a freezing breath, so much so that a man would be able to frozen down to stone. Have you heard this one? And he just continues to tell the story about the mountain's daughter was undeterred and this, that, and the other thing, and the tale just continues. What do you want to do with this time? I mean, I could tell the whole fucking story if you want, but...
Yeah, I want to stop playing D&D and listen to that story.
Well, it's good because we're not playing D&D, so...
Oh, yeah, good point.
Is it clear to me that, like, are people kind of like going and coming? Like, would it be awkward if I left?
Not at
Do I
all.
have enough to read on the situation?
Not at all, but you are getting the vibe that...
They did change their language for me, so I'm like...
Absolutely. So what and all right, so then you hang out just for a little while longer, and then as the storm cleared, the villagers found the mountain's daughter standing victorious, the shattered remains of the frost serpent at her feet. But from that day forward, the endless winter ceased, and spring returned to our mountains. And he sits back, and then a couple of people are like, tell us another one. I am going to get a drink for my, and looks down at Frenell. What do you call these? Throat. I'm gonna get a drink for my throat. My voice right now is no good.
Would you like for me to make you a drink? I could make you some tea.
You have tea on your... friends, come back in 1 hour. I tell more stories. Come. And he just goes to the other side of the tree.
Yeah. So you've been speaking for a long time. So your throat is hurting. Are there any flavors that you do not like?
Oh, no, thank you for asking. No,
Do you like strong flavor?
I love the strong flavor, like hibiscus. I must have hibiscus. Been a long time since I've been down south country.
She's like feverishly like grabbing like leaves here and there and like kind of mixing them up to get a little pot of tea going. And then she's like, "Do you want it real strong?" And like does a little wink.
Like, hold on. Reaches down, picks up a mug, and opens it. Mm-hmm. I'll trade you.
Yeah. So you take it and just kind of like mix them. I mix them so we both have like the same thing.
Oh shit! Basically. Okay, cool. That's awesome.
I'm like, here, have this.
And what's the effect?
The effect of
your tea.
The tea. It's actually a very harmless tea.
Okay.
There's no like malicious thing. This is truly a bout of friendship.
Oh wow. All right. Awesome.
Just truly out of like the goodness of her heart. Like, thank you so much for like swapping the language. I know you were in the middle of a story and you swapped it for me. Like there were a lot of people there and you noticed me. I appreciate that.
This is what life is about, my friend. It's always about noticing the newcomers and then learning something. You tell me something, I tell you something.
Yeah. So, okay. And she goes on, and it not quite for as long as he did, but gives like a story about her, sort of the legend of Marlene, the forest newt. It's a great story back home.
So you tell this story. Okay, hold on. Wait. Marlene, the forest newt.
I think that's how you say it in Averial. It's, I learned it in Druidic, and I can't really translate from Druidic. It's against the rules. I think we would say Marlene. I think that's how I would say it. So I'm not sure about in your language.
You tell the story?
Yeah, so I
give me a performance check.
Okay.
Let's see what we have.
13.
He's impressed.
Yeah, and it's translated. Really? I apologize. I may have like forgotten some details here and there. This isn't my my birth tongue.
Oh no, please! This is not my birth tongue either. I come from from one country over.
What do you speak? What is your birth tongue?
Oh, Jotun is my birth tongue. I come from the Zaxarag giant area over to the east, but not good place for people like me to live. So now I come here. My voice sounds better. Thank you very much.
Yeah. It sounds fantastic. I have a couple friends that speak Jotun. I've been wanting to learn, but it's very difficult to learn another. There's a lot of time that goes into it.
It is,
I have a question.
Yes.
About the story you were telling. I think I may have missed it. I may have showed up a little too late. How was the ice serpent? How did they vanquish it?
So
how did they defeat it?
Yeah. So the mountain daughter, she had the way it is told is, armed only with her courage and a spear made from a fallen star, she climbed to the highest peak and challenged the frost serpent. And then the battle ensued, shaking the mountains and darkening the skies with a rumbling thunder there in the distance. And the frost serpent's icy breath met the fiery determination of the mountain's daughter and created a blizzard so fierce it blotted out the sun. But she was undeterred. She fought with the strength of the mountain, and her spear flashing like a comet through the storm. And then with a final mighty thrust, she struck the frost serpent in its heart, shattering it into 1,000 shards of ice. And then the storm cleared, and, well, you already heard the rest.
Oh my gosh, is that something you... Is that from your country, or is that from here? Where did you learn that story?
I learned it back in my home. It's the mountain's daughter was a daughter. According to the legend, it was a daughter of a giant king, and nobody else would face against this frost serpent. So I changed the story just a little bit to get rid of the father from the story, because nobody cares about him except the people from the Zagrag, and that's we don't talk about them here. But it is an old legend, and supposedly up in the mountains, and his gaze disappears into the distant mountains. Somewhere up there, the spear from the fallen star is still there, waiting to kill the next frost serpent.
I make note of the direction he looked.
Yeah, you can totally recognize those peaks, yeah.
My goodness, that's I really miss I really miss hearing very good stories.
Where do you come from? Do they not have
a lot of people?
Well,
I'm here with a group. You may know my boss. He's from here, Ren.
Ren.
Do you know Ren? I can't remember his last name. Renthar Algoro, I think is how you say his name.
Algoro, yeah. Ren Algoro. He's back in town.
Yes.
Oh, the son of a bitch owes me like 20 gold. I gotta go find him.
Don't tell him I told you. Don't tell him I told you.
I won't. But you travel with Rin?
Yeah, with the do you know his line of work? Do you know the organization he works for?
Yeah. It messages had come back this way. My actual and he kind of leans in a little bit.
I lean into.
My actual job here is a collector of information, a teller of tales. And so I kind of learn many different things. I've also traveled a lot, and now I come back kind of to this is now my home. I come here, and now I plan on staying. But he's like ranger now or something, yeah?
Yeah, we're he's employed quite a few of us. There's a bunch of people everywhere, but we're on a sort of like a mission to sort of do similar things. We're looking for information if anything sort of like seems out of place in an area. We're just trying to make sure that things are staying safe. We don't want anyone to be in danger anywhere. There's a lot of dangerous creatures out there.
You would not be wrong. There's a little bit odd things going on around here now. It's
Really?
Oh yeah.
Are there,
Oh, the lake on the other side of that
there
hill.
would be vampires, would there?
Oh yeah, yeah. There's
do you mean
vampires. Yeah,
vampires?
but no. I don't mean the vampires. No.
Okay.
No, thankfully.
So there's no vampires.
No, there are vampires.
Okay. Okay.
It's
No,
not.
it's good to know. Where I come from, I've actually never met one. So I don't know if I've, from the stories I've read, I don't think I've really necessarily want to meet one, but I'm sure some are quite nice.
Well, there are many different kinds of vampires.
Okay.
These vampires, they always lean in very close, and he starts to like get in a little bit closer to the gnome, and as they lean in very close, and all they have to do is smell your breath, and that is how they take the essence of your life. They don't bite you. They're not Strigoi from Mutvia. They are different. They are vampires from the Nordic realms. You do know that when your breath can be seen in the night sky, it contains the essence of your warmth. Feel your breath. It's very warm. Go ahead. Go.
That's okay.
I understand.
I'm a druid. Life, breath, air,
That's
Nordaga.
plague.
Yes, I understand.
No, I get it. But there are weird things going on. The lake around the corner.
The big one or like the smaller one?
No, the big one. Some days away, like maybe 2 days away. That has something in it that I hear from locals they only whisper about. It is not good.
What sorts of things have you heard?
Well, from everything that I understand, the fishermen will not go in the center of that lake anymore. There are spirits there within. It's very unusual for this area to have that. The elements are very strong here. The elemental fae even more so. So the rumor has it that one of the elemental fae in that lake has always been there, has been recently trapped, like within the past month or so, since he looks up looking for the moons and just can't see them. I think in the same, about a month. Your tea is very good for my throat. She disappeared for a little while. The locals used to go there and offer, like small fruits in the springtime, from distant down south where the fruits do grow. Some nuts from very far away, and also some plants and some roots and other things that we can give. And in exchange, the elemental fae within was always able to get the fish to come up to the surface, and then the fishermen cast the net, and then they're able to bring back much more. And it went this way for a very long time, for decades, if not even longer. The locals are a little bit sketchy with some of their details, but I say here that this elemental fae lived there, captured. One night, they say, there was a streak in the sky about a month ago, and it landed in a land of giants far to the west, just over those mountains, in fact. And when it landed there, it brought something with it, but I believe something different. I believe something brought that here, and that something lives inside the lake.
You don't think it was the ice serpent, do you?
Oh, the frost serpent? No. We haven't ever since Mountain's daughter had killed the frost serpent. No more frost serpent. Well, as far as they know, here the frost serpents exist, but those are out there. No, what is here is different.
Do you have any recommendations for? Yeah, I'm a little concerned because, of course, I'm not from here. I've heard. Not necessarily the frost serpent, but we did come through a town recently that it seems to be the same story with an elemental. She was actually, I think she was set free recently.
Really?
Yes. If it was the same town, I'm not sure. Which direction did you back from that direction?
From here. Yeah, and he points north, which would be you follow the river, which is the one that you walk down to go south, and it goes right past a lodge, and his finger's pointing to a passageway, and then he redirects his hand to go northwest. That would be the same lake.
Yeah, is that the same direction he pointed when he was where the spear was?
No, that is to the east. Where he's pointing now is to the northwest.
Okay. Yeah, I think we just came through there. I didn't realize she had been trapped for so long. But I feel like you were someone who appreciates information. So I would feel wrong by not trying to sort of round the story out and not tell you that she was set free just a few days ago.
By who?
I'm not exactly sure who she was set free from, but there seemed to be there was something from how it's been told to me how it happened. I didn't see it myself, but how it was told to me, there was something with it was a holy relic or just something from the heavens that was able to break her bonds. Are there any here in this area or even where you're from, are there any sort of
there is something you should know.
Religious things that you are there any things I need to be on the lookout for?
You are with Rin, yeah?
Yes.
Find your friends. I have some information for you.
Okay, where will you be?
Right here.
Right here?
I'll continue telling stories until you come back. I'll tell small ones.
I'll bring some more tea.
Yeah, I could use it. My throat, it gets quite a workout. 6 hours a day I tell these stories, eh?
It gets very tiring. Back home, there's not really, I'm somewhat of an information collector myself, and unfortunately, I never get to tell my stories, and so I'm just sort of telling them to myself all day, and sometimes I don't remember if I was talking out loud or just inside. So I just drink lots of tea to be prepared, no matter when.
Go get your friends, then come back, and I have information.
Okay, thank you. And so I
what is your name?
Oh, my name's Frenell. What's yours? I'm so sorry. I was very excited. You started spinning stories, and my head was spinning stories too.
I understand. Svars.
Very nice to meet you. And she also says sort of nice to meet you in Druidic as well, just to be sort of a little bow to.
He attempts to repeat it. It doesn't sound good, but you can see him, and then he just turns, gets lost in thought, and tries to repeat the words to himself. Yeah.
No, you don't have to say it. It's for me to say. Don't worry. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. And she's speaking in common tongue again.
Okay, cool.
So turns and goes off looking.
Sure. And in that time, Thessalia, just a brief catch up. What are you doing?
Last we left off with Tess, I was heading towards the 5 ships in the little lake harbor area.
Yeah. You can see that they are, most of them are fishing vessels, and all of them are moored. There's a couple, you don't see any real activity down at the docks, and you can see old net remains and whatnot. It's fishing season is kind of like, they go out when they can. But it seems like fishing has stopped.
She like gets out there and is looking out at the lake, at the ships, and she just can't help herself. So she kind of like, looks around. Doesn't really seem like there's anybody here, so she just casually walks onto the deck of the nearest ship.
Sure.
And just like stands in the center for a minute and like recenters herself.
The ship under your weight. Okay, we're talking fishing vessels. You need sea legs for this. So there's just a hull, really. You don't have a deck per se. I mean, you're standing on the deck, but you don't have a deck per se. You don't have like a forecastle or anything like that. So a single mast, square sail ships, kind of like a Viking Nar, akin to that. And it sways back and forth. An incredibly heavy wood, akin to like white oak or something. And it's just beautiful. You can see intricate details on all of it. And there's a smell of pitch and like boiled linseed oil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she just like stands there and probably stands there for much longer than she realizes. Because this is the first time she's been on like a proper ship.
Goblin Cave TV, we welcome the raid. Thank you so much. Thank you, ROFL. Thank you for that. Thessalia, yeah.
Yeah, and then probably after a while, like, kind of comes to her senses, probably like as the ship reaches like an equilibrium with her weight and her natural balance on it. Just like, oh, right, I'm supposed to be doing useful things. Shit. And just kind of like coming back to the realization of like, I'm probably not supposed to be doing this.
So because you kind of like reattuned yourself back to like what you're doing. Hey, Goblin Game TV, thank you so much for the raid. Hi guys. Hello. Thank you so much, Oblivion Shay, immediately with the follow. Thessalia, because someone followed with...
It is Thessalia's turn,
Yeah, Thessalia, because someone followed during your turn, you do get advantage on your next roll. So just a little FYI for you. But also,
Hooray.
Because you kind of recentered yourself on that little fishing vessel, right in a otherwise dead lake, it still harkens back to your past, and you kind of feel a little steeled by it. So on your next roll, also add a +1.
Woo! Thank you.
We're gonna go back to Frenell real quick. You're collecting people, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Is everyone sort of, besides Thessalia, everyone else is? I think it's. I walk up to the big group. I think it's Karl, Zora, and Aldred.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's who's together right now.
Yes.
Hey, guys, and I'm like, you're just sort of like walking away, and I like run up and just like jumping to try to like tap you on the shoulder. It doesn't work very well. Like Zora, just like, hey.
Little friend, yes.
Yes, hi. Well, I mean, you know my name, but that's okay. I like nicknames.
I know your name, but you're also a friend.
And I am little. Okay.
I walk up too.
Oh, that's who. Okay.
Yes, I was talking to Alvin, but yes.
I don't call you lizard person.
Just big friend.
I call you Zora.
And just to bring the group back together, Thessalia, the time that you spent out there and the walking and whatnot, enough time has passed where you can now see everyone congregating. This way we get the party back together. I'm gonna grab a quick drink. I'll be right back.
Thessalia. Come over here. Hurry up.
There you are. I was looking for you and I couldn't find you for a while.
Yeah, you kind of left me at the lake. It's okay. You didn't really know I was trying to like help keep you safe. But we're there. I hope you all had a great day.
What is... Keep me safe. What is going to happen here in a town?
To the water, and 2 days ago, multiple people almost died by jumping into the water. I don't know what's in the water.
Vampires, my friend.
Fish.
They're everywhere.
No, vampires don't live in the water.
But they do live in the
Sirens, krakens,
Apparently.
large fish
they
that
are.
will eat a ship whole, yes, but
And-
vampires, no.
They are around here, apparently.
I
heard
have
from the
gifts.
blacksmith.
I have gifts by yes. I picked this up for the little friends, and I give the minor potion to Frenell and Alvin. And Frenell, I have it's a minor healing potion. And Frenell, I have nightmare tea for you. He said not to drink it. He said to put it under a pillow, but I feel like you are very curious and you would like to maybe investigate what kind of herbs are in here. I didn't see there was a goblin back there who's tinkering away. We'll see. Here you go. Maybe don't drink it, but
No. I have my own collection, but I'll definitely analyze it. I may can repeat it myself. We'll see. We'll see.
yeah. Maybe if you
Zora,
spike it a little bit.
Zora, I actually got you a gift as well. Let me look for it. Oh, wait. It must have disappeared on me. Sorry.
Oh, that's a funny joke. I almost
Yeah.
That's a good one.
When
Yeah.
Tess walked up, was she like noticeably nostalgic to me? I guess.
Right. She had a little bit of like the captain swagger and her like standing up a little bit straighter. Like walking with a little bit more like cock in her step, for lack of a better phrase.
As she walks up, I'm just gonna cock her in the shoulder, just like real lightly, like give her a nod.
Easy there, first mate.
From the back, some of you can see that Rin is coming over, and he's got a very purposeful stride in his step, and comes over. Hey, glad I found you all.
Ren, we found you. Ren. So
Yeah.
earlier, she's just like so excited, can't get words out. Ren, do you remember I was trying to wave you down earlier to help come translate you? You got called away. It's okay. It worked out. There was like a big story group, a fantastic storyteller. I can't really remember the guy's name. It started with an S. I know where he is. He told us to come back. Yes, Svars. He knew you. I was sure that you were going to know one another.
Shit. Did you tell him I'm here?
I didn't. He seemed a little excited, but I didn't tell him where you were, how long you've been here. But I mentioned I worked for you, and I didn't say really what we do.
It's all right. It's all right. I have the money on me. Don't
But-
worry about it. All right.
Okay. But he was telling a great story about, and kind of leans in, gets a little bit quiet. He was telling this story about a frost serpent, and he was describing a whole story that sort of seems like what we've been going through. He talked about there was, I don't know if you know the story from being from up here, but it was this this frost serpent that was like terrorizing everyone, but was destroyed by a staff made with something that fell from the sky. Everything that he kept saying sounded like the meteor. He even knew about the strange occurrences from the town that we were in before. I told him that we were there. I felt like he needed to have some information sort of as an exchange. And I said there was something holy or like heavenly that kind of like helped free the elemental. But I didn't say exactly what. I didn't say it was from us. But when I told him that, he asked me again if I was with you, and he said to gather the party and come. He has more information for us. I think he knows of a weapon that can kill the frost serpent, which to everything it sounds like to me is Chrysaera, the ice queen. I think he knows how to kill the ice queen. And it has to do with the meteor. I think the meteor is being potentially made into a weapon.
Well, that would certainly explain why they'd want to keep it very close to their chest.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. All right. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't. I was looking around for information and ran into an old friend. And
Oh,
looks at Zora.
really?
We all have old friends. Old friends, new friends. I kissed this one yesterday. And I look at Aldridge. But
Yep.
friends.
Just picked up on it. She didn't realize before. She's like,
Well, I don't know about any new friends, but I know these people drive a damn hard bargain here. They said 2 days and 80 gold for water breathing potions. I think I screwed up the negotiations, Ren. I'm gonna be honest. I don't have I don't have tact. I don't have tact.
Really?
I mean this in the best way possible, but I think that was special pricing just for you.
It's entirely possible. It wouldn't be the first or the last time. But here's the real pickle. For now, she had quite the small library going on there. This alchemist really knows her stuff. I know you like books, so she has books. Quite a few.
but they were all alchemical, though. I feel like that's
Well,
more.
what other kind of books are there?
Romance, horror,
Carl carries a book and he knows things from it.
true crime.
That's kind of a stretch.
Myopic. There's a lot of different types of books. Recipes. You're not like alchemist. You understand recipes. It doesn't all have to be alchemical. How do you think I learned how to cook?
Wait, you've known how to cook this entire time?
Autobiographical.
Alvin's eyes go out of focus as if he's having trouble following this conversation. It's gotten awful complicated awful quick.
All right, let's go to.
I make them.
For now, you lead.
Okay. And she just confidently like sticks her chest out and just like starts like marching. She's so happy. She's this way.
So as far as is still mouthing the words of the druidic bye essentially, it's like hey, you're back. Ah, you brought your friends. Hey, Ren, you son of a bitch, you owe me 20 gold. Fuck off, old man. Here, take the gold. It's good. And they hit each other and they like, oh God, I'm getting old. And then, they hug a little bit and whatnot. What are you doing back here? Well, I got these guys and now we pay them and, well, we got some stuff going on, but we also have some troubles. And, well, our druid here has said that you have news for us. Oh, yeah. So, he looks around at this motley crew. You got specialists, if that's what you want to call them. They're good, and they are all very special people who I already have. We'll talk about the promotions later. Either way, what have you got for us? Frenell, what did this old man say?
Yeah, tell us again. You were telling us about there were some local things that we should.
Oh yeah.
Right. The village from before with the elemental.
He looks around and he's like, he kind of comes down. So, Rin, and everyone here, there's a lake. This one knows where it is. Pointing at Frenell. In this lake, there was an elemental fae. We came across this lake. Oh, so you know this lake? Oh yeah. But inside the elemental, this elemental fae. Did you already tell them this, Frenell?
I said a little bit because again, like I told you, like we were there when the elemental was set free.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, then I will skip ahead. This is something that you may not know. This is kind of kept under, well, let's just say, many years ago, before you left Rin, before the lake was a lake, there was a village there. And it was a thriving community. It was full of life and laughter, and I'm sure it was. But then the rivers were diverted, and the village was flooded. And people were given warning, of course. They moved away. Many of them came here, and they found new homes. But the village, of course, it was lost. That's not the end of the story, though. Not by the long shot. So, you see, the village didn't just disappear beneath the waves. Something happened. Do you have any more of that tea?
Oh, yes. Pull out, like,
Alvin offers a biscuit to go with it.
Thank you.
I also made these.
Thank you. It's just like, is the biscuit edible?
Yes.
I should hope so.
Well, it came from
I've
Alvin,
been eating them
so I
all
have
day.
to.
Oh,
That doesn't impress me. I need to know if Alvin is like.
I take it and examine to see if there's anything that's been done with it since I like I smell it, like it.
It's fine. All right.
It looks exactly how it did when it came out. It's just less warm.
So that's. So something else happened. On the night that the water started coming in, this was to bring water to this area for greater agriculture. Back then, things were drying up. When you had new opportunities to fish, that lake was not deep enough. This nearby lake, so much better. And the waters, we had to divert them. Well, divert them we did. And so, things get kind of weird, however. Part of the problem is that something else. There was a village elder, and he wanted it done. And we begin to understand a little bit of why. The villagers that night, they saw a light in the sky just as the waters were beginning to rise up as a star, falling from the heavens, very much like the one. Now, this is not unusual in this region. There is something about this area of the world that always attracts these kinds of things. So, it's not unusual. But there was, again, the light in the sky comes down. And it's headed straight for the heart of the village. Now, when I say that the rivers were diverted, this is done purposefully. We don't want a flood to come into the area. A dam was built. But when that thing hit, the waters came. They swallowed it. That was the plan. But something beckoned these waters to come into this area. And they diverted themselves to form that lake. The village that exists on the other side is a newer village. It's been there for a long time, but still, it was newer. Some of the people in that area don't know anything about what has happened here, and they fish in that lake. Now, to catch everyone else up, certain rituals were then taking place. Things began to calm down because there was some weirdness happening there just for a little bit. But certain rituals took place, and we invited the elemental fate to come in. And they came, and they blessed the lake with their presence. But recently, something inside of that lake cursed it, or captured it, or did something to it. Now, Frenell says that one is freed.
Yes. You said she had been trapped for about a month.
Well, she'd been trapped, yeah, because we used it for fishing. And for over the past month, all of our waters have gone still. The fishing boats now sit in harbor. No fishing. We don't want to anger whatever it is that is there. And you're saying that this is good now.
Yeah. They made it curious, can I do like a I'm curious if I trust him, if it seems like a safe space to speak. I look to Ren, I look to Zora, and just be like, try to like convey that I have something I want to say.
Go ahead.
Like,
Tell them.
yeah. They made it seem like the strange occurrences had only been happening for a couple days when we were there, not for a whole month.
This is true.
It was the fishermen that stopped going out there. It was the day before that we were the day that we arrived. Something happened in the water, and this fisherman was frightened. And just later on, we were able to get rid of the thing that was stopping her.
No.
That was trapping her.
No, I've seen what happened to people who eat the fish that come out of those lakes 3 weeks ago. No, something happens to them.
If I may, when I was under the water, there was separate.
He's looking at. He's starting to understand that there's so much more to this story, and he's like,
There were separate black tendrils that didn't seem to belong to this particular fae. They were reaching for me. They took me down a little, and the fish were fighting the tendrils back. This might be.
The fish is there.
Fish is there. But they were. Yes,
with their lights, with their lights under the water, where no light should ever be.
Yes, there was a light that was underneath.
With their voices on the wind, whispering in a language that no one understands.
Underneath the water, yes.
Well, I wouldn't say no one understands it. We certainly didn't, though. I mean, the people who were there didn't.
It sounded, even though it was right near us, it sounded like music or melodic, from another room.
That's how it gets you in, I think. The people who had eaten the fish, who go there, they're entranced by it. They don't know anything that has happened. If they didn't outright die, and some did, then they would take the fish home as normal, prepare, and then feed their family with it like a good person should. And some members of the community. But within 3 days' time, many of them began to fall sick. Yet there were some who did not. They just had no memory of going to the lake and experiencing a problem.
Zora, when we were in that town, did you eat the fish?
Of course I ate the fish, and now I'm a little concerned. I have a good constitution, but...
Who ate the fish?
All of the fish, Alvin.
I ate the fish.
Tess would have eaten fish.
Everyone make a fortitude save.
Specifically. I don't remember saying I ever ate fish.
Oh, I didn't say I ate the fish. I just know Alvin.
If you ate the fish, roll fortitude.
Just saying, it's
As a
fish. It's
lizard.
free fish.
12.
12?
Yeah.
Cool.
Free fish.
The next episode is the pooping one.
24, baby.
My
30.
other fear.
Wait, what?
24.
Or 24. Okay.
Whatever.
Okay. 13 for Tess. That was not a great roll.
Cool.
I know what
Did
we're
you eat it,
doing later.
Aldred? Or Karl?
I don't think that I ate the fish.
Okay. Carl,
and
you
had-
didn't eat the
had
fish?
fortune, too.
Or Carl, you failed?
No, Carl does not partake in fish.
Okay. And Frenell?
It is purely land animals and sky animals.
Okay. All right. Totally fair.
For
Yeah,
now,
I think I only drank. So
I'm sorry, Frenell, go ahead.
Frenell looks like for very vegetarian options when she can. I remember thinking through this. I was like, I purposely did not say that I ate the fish when we were
Okay.
there.
All right. So really it's just Thessalia and Zora.
It's the
Oh,
animal.
and Alvin.
And Alvin. Okay, with the 24. So 2 13s and a 24. Okay. Zora and Thessalia. There's everything that's being told, everything that everyone else is mentioning. You remember details of Karl's story. There's doesn't seem to be this memory loss thing going on.
No.
But then again, how would you tell?
Listen,
I think we both just slowly turn our heads to look at each other.
So
Fuck.
Did you see shapes under the water that are much too big to be the fish? Yes. But then we all saw the same thing. I've been there too. I've seen it myself. If I tell people around here that I have seen this thing, then they would be shunned. But you have. Therefore, we drink truth together. Out in the lake, the dead of night, the water starts to glow. This is the same thing that happens with you, yes? Okay. And then they come. They look like shadows, darker than night, rising from the depths. I don't know what they are, but I know that they are not natural, and I know that they're tied to that star that come down here and to the village that lies beneath the waves. But remember when I say the star from the heavens come and hit the center of the village? The village elder, the one who asked to divert the waves, he stayed behind. The waters came and swallowed him up. Some people say that he was trying to escape. He wasn't expecting this. Others say that they suspect something was happening. So, I got something. I did a
This
little...
elder, was he a priest of any sort?
No. Not a nefarious reputation either. He was a good person. Just a little bit, drifts off in thought sometimes, and always stared up at the night sky. They used to say back then that, oh, he's just out there looking up at the stars again. He's Stargazer. They gave him name. So, Stargazer, he swallows up or gets swallowed up by the waters. But I did some investigating, and I paid good money for this. He reaches down into his satchel and pulls out a book of stories, all handwritten. You can see that there's some stuff in the margins and other things. And he pulls out a folded piece of paper. This is a journal that came from his home. His wife, whom he left, took belongings out of the house. I purchased this from her. She didn't understand the value of it. And unfortunately, she is now departed. Natural causes. But listen to this. And he really comes in and puts it down, like, here, hold on to this, and just hands it to someone. Alvin just leaned forward first. He hands it to...
Did I?
Well,
Wow.
you actually did. And then Zora immediately was going like that.
I just do it for note-taking purposes. We're good.
So he hold on to this, and he gives it to Alvin. He grabs a stump and sits down on it and takes the papers back. So here's what it says. The rivers have been diverted. Our village will be no more. We have been given time. His handwriting is awful. Been given time to move, to find new homes, but it is not the loss of the homes that fills me with dread. It is the loss of our village, our history, our very identity. The night that the waters began to rise, a star fell from sky. It landed in the heart of our village. Then the waters came. This says, I watched from a distance as our homes and our lives were swallowed by the lake. But the witnesses say that he was swallowed by the waters. The wife found his journal entry on the kitchen table where he always used to write things. This entry was not in the book. This was added after the waters came. It was open to that page, and the ink was still wet. He's dead. No one ever found his body, but he also never came home. So, it continues. Listen. But the star, it did something. It changed the water, made it glow with an eerie light, and it brought something with it, something from the stars. I can feel it, a presence in the water, a whisper in the back of my mind. It is not a whisper in the back of my mind. It is not of this world. There's something else. I fear what this presence might do. I fear for the safety of those near the lake, and I fear what might happen if this presence is disturbed. I will go to it and become one.
That is interesting. It kind of sounds like, do you remember the necromancer lady that we punched in the face? And she told us that she was speaking, it wasn't that she was speaking in riddles, but she was speaking so fondly of what was falling from the sky, like she was bewitched by it. Maybe this is giving that same sort of longing. I wonder if it is related.
Yeah, it's the same thing that I felt.
Alvin just fingers the vial in his pocket. What, yeah, it sounds similar.
I believe her exact words were, "It speaks not, yet whispers in the wind."
Huh.
It is true. That's a good catch. I forgot about that in...
What lady is this?
Oh, a dead person now.
Rin fills him in Jotun, and Aldred, you can tell what he's saying. In short, it says, the crew came into Arunde to investigate one of these things that fell from the sky. We found that it was hollow, and others have come and done things to it. They managed to escape, but they also found something else, and we're trying to get back home we're trying to get back to the society to return it. And as far as what about the lady? Necromancer, as Zora, and Zora, you hear your name. Necromancer, as Zora said, and Thessalia ended up killing her. But we did get some information to her post-mortem, so we're out of her post-mortem. And now he continues to speak in Avirial. This necromancer speak favorably of it. So do the people who sometimes have memory forget or memory lapse. You say there's another village. You've been to that village. You ate the fish. But you are not affected by it.
Well, not yet. I believe you said it takes about 3 days for the effects to really set in, and well, we've been on the road for 2. So we'll see how we feel in the morning.
I plan on inducing some very violent vomiting later. But that's neither here nor there. They called it a gift from Chrysera? Chrysera. A gift from Chrysera. Does that mean anything to you?
As far as leans in, Chrysera is well worshipped by the Zakrog and the people of Arunde. A deity of survival. Anything that comes to them, if they stub their toe, they say, Chrysera. I do not know if it has anything to do with a god. I think that these superstitious people, they believe in these things, but I do not know. What I do know, the lights, the shapes, none of that was there. None of that was there. And just a month ago, it all changed. I have nothing else. I would love to go back to the lake and find out myself, but instead, allow me to make you an offer. If you don't mind. Rin's like, you have to state the offer first. You find out what it is, how you deal with it, anything like that. come back and tell me. I will pay you for your story. Then, I will then be able to make money from that story. This is the exchange. However, you, and he points to Frenell, you spoke about the spear. You think it has something to do? Oh wait, hold on. No, that was before in the group. You weren't in front of Svars yet, right? Okay, I apologize. I'll retcon that. I apologize.
I do have a question. Would you know anything about this symbol? And she sort of like goes down to the ground and draws like the 3-point symbol with the circle that we like saw over in Arunde a couple times.
This thing?
Yes.
No.
Right here on my
Yeah, you had it. Oh, yeah. No, I do not know what this is.
And just one more question, just in general. Would you know anything about the phrase "Whence comes the dawn"?
Why does that sound so familiar? I will need to think on that. I don't recall it immediately. No, I don't recall. No.
Perhaps if we decide as a group to take you up on this bargain, if we come back and you have remembered something, perhaps we can get an update then. If you remember.
Yes, absolutely. Ooh, hey, Liching Hour! What's up, guys?
Bucklers. Hi, friends.
We are in the middle of a haunting tale. The players are about to get some clues and stuff. So please come in and join.
Pirates here too, so it's perfect.
We do have pirates. 16 of you. Lich, what's up, man?
It's Sharknado. I'm sorry. Like, I try not to look at chat, but like Sharknado.
Oh, yeah. No, fucking Liching Hour. First off, can we get a shout out for Liching Hour?
Oh my goodness.
Already done, baby.
Yeah, baby. I really appreciate that. So,
Little Bones.
the Little Bones is here. Hi, Little Bones. The Liching Hour is just fucking rad people, man. They are like gamers extraordinaire. Hold a fantastic game. What game was it tonight?
Swashbucklers.
It was Swashbucklers.
Pirates.
Okay, perfect. Oh, duh. Sorry. So, yes, we're dealing with a couple over here who might bite too well over there. Hopefully. Don't take Alvin. Do not go. This just stating.
I take. No, I don't.
No, don't. No.
Alvin took himself.
I take pride at that.
I love it.
Where were we?
Whence comes the dawn?
If you happen to remember, I'm just gonna.
Holy guacamole!
Lolly Lagging just gave out 20 community subs.
Holy shit! Do we get plus 20 for that?
I was gonna say, even though
I guess we get to keep the lights on this month.
I might like to spread that around with the group a little bit. Even though I was technically talking. Yeah. But if you don't want to do that and just give it to me, that's fine too.
You can take all plus 20 is just
holy
for you.
Shit. This is fucking dude, lollylagging.
Really quality people too.
God damn, man. Wow. Thank you. Wow.
Thank you.
Hey, Lich, you gotta bring them by more often, man. I'm just wow, lollylagging.
That's so kind.
Yeah, I guess they must have really liked Lich's show because they,
it was amazing. Thank you for that. All right, well, you guys came to see some shit, so let's keep going over here. So
Sven, is it? I was wondering if I were to go. Oh, what's that?
Svars.
Oh, Svars. I'm so sorry, Svars. Now, if I were to go shoe shopping, is one of the cobblers in town better than the other, in your opinion?
Oh, no.
So they're both equally good in every way.
Yeah, the father's a little bit better than the son.
Oh. Oh my. Now I'm sure you know a story there.
I know a story
have to
about
get
things that
that
are living
later.
under. He looks over at Rin, Alvin.
Oh, I understand. I just admire your craft, sir.
Rin steps back. No, yes. Either way, if you bring back the information from the lake, then I might be able to. I will pay you the info for that for stories. I am so sorry. My head is stuck talking in my head about cobblers. Now I have to make up a story about shoemakers.
I have a question that is perhaps suited to your needs. A little bit better of a question than one about cobblers. Have you ever heard tale of a ship with red sails that only appears at dawn and dusk?
Ship with red sails.
Blood red sails.
Dawn and dusk. How long will you be here in town?
Well, from the sounds of it, a couple days, perhaps, to make sure we have all the supplies we need before heading back to the lake.
Give me the overnight. I will read my books, and then I'll be able to let you know whether or not there is something in there for you. I seem to remember something about missing ships or ships to go. My journeys do not typically take me out on the seas. Therefore, I typically do not get those stories, but let me see what I can find out for you. Come back to me in the morning if you remember who I am.
Absolutely.
We just got a hype train. So, yeah, FYI, we just got a fucking hype train. That means that every single one of these players now has a +1 modifier that they can use because we hit a level 1. If you hit a +2, then they get a +1 and a +2. What's that?
Look at that fancy graphic.
I know. Now we have like little dots over here now.
Oh my.
What was that? Holy shit. Hi, guys. Oh, thank you, ROFL. Guys, what are you doing? Oh, my God. All right. Let's play the game.
Yes, we're improving our chances.
This is, yes, you are, because now you have like modifiers and stuff. Come back tomorrow if you remember.
Absolutely.
What are you guys doing? The world is yours. Take it from here.
I'm explaining the prices to Ren of the timeline that we were given, 2 days and 80 gold for 7 potions, although I miscalculated because of course Zora won't probably be needing a potion of water breathing, but I'm talking to Ren. I'm saying, geez, Ren, I really botched this one, but there's a chance that we're doing a service to these people. Perhaps we could get a discount. Yeah, I don't speak their language. They don't trust me.
I think, what did we just hit?
Probably level 2.
Did we just, level 4?
Level 4. Oh, because the first one was 20.
Holy shit.
Amazing.
Wow. All right. So now all the players have a +1, +2, +3, and +4. The entire party also has, let me see. Yeah, here we go. Let me just give everyone what they deserve.
He's like, we need to get into battle now.
Yeah, totally. I know, right? It's also like 11:20. I don't know what we're gonna do with that, but let's find out. So with that, the party also has a 4 advantages that you can use, or 4 fortunes that you can use as well. So remember that you do have that pool. It's not displayed here on the screen, but the players do have their modifiers now displayed. All right. Having said that, Rin looks at Alvin. 2 days. I know at least we're going to be here until tomorrow, because we need to make sure that these two are going to be all right.
Well, maybe I could offer to help her in the shop to help with her workflow, but
Let me speak with them. Which shop is it? And you pointed out, I assume.
Yeah.
All right.
It's right down there.
Gather your supplies. Frenell, you have done good work in finding Swars. So, you were complaining earlier that you didn't have supplies or that you didn't have the money. Is this true?
Oh, I have some money. I just wasn't sure what to purchase. I really just wanted some fruit, but of course we're very far north. I understand why they don't really have much fruit here.
No.
Do you have any recommendations of things that I should go out and purchase? Did you find anything in your own adventures?
Oh yeah, I did. I think it's best at this point, however, that we go to a safe place, namely back home. I mean, back to the place. And he pulls out of his pouch. Some other people also owed me. Payment has been rendered. We're going to be getting some supplies. So, let's go back. We'll shore up. Get anything that we need. This place is good. I also was not aware that the Winter Festival is going on. So this is very good. Have you seen the Winter Festival? I haven't been there yet. I haven't been to too many places here in my own homes right now, so
You've been collecting.
Yes, I have been collecting.
Understandable.
Yes. Well, friends, Frenell, good job in getting this information. Let's go back and find out exactly what we have. And he seems distracted. He starts walking off.
I casually mention 100 gold that could have bought a pair of goggles, but I'm actually saying that no, I'm insisting that we study this black fluid in the vial using those goggles, whether we purchase the goggles or not.
I follow Rin.
People just fucking leave Alvin talking to himself.
He's like considering it, like, oh.
Alvin realizes he has been left behind again and hurries to catch up.
You guys end up making it back over to the lodge. Everyone is nice and warm and comfy. The coals were banked. The fire can start up almost immediately. It's pretty good. You guys are all right for the time being. Sitting down, you go over, or Rin would like to go over the information. We don't need to go through it ourselves. But I do want to know what your characters want to do. So we know that there's a potential spear thing that was made from A Star. This was something from ROFL. This was something, buddy.
It said we were about to beat the record, and look, Lollygagging got us up too. Oh, and Yes David? Oh, they're such a sweetheart. I love Yes David. Boy.
Okay, thank you. Party has infinite power. I know, Blake. This is pretty cool. I don't know what to do with all of it. Anyway, you guys go over it. The short version is that apparently there was a spear that was crafted many years ago from a star that fell out of the sky. Mountain's daughter then killed off a frost serpent with it, or so the legend goes. Guys, wow, level 5. Holy shit. There it is.
Thank you so much.
That was fucking amazing. Thank you, everyone. And geez, lollylagging kicked it all off. So thanks, guys. You each have a +1, +2, +3, +4, and +5. If we end up stopping the game in advance, thank you for following.
And thank you, Lich.
And yes, absolutely. Thank you, Lich. If we end up stopping the game early, these will carry over to next week. All right. So there will not be any loss. All the love was given to us, so really thank you so much for that. Yes, the Mountain's Daughter brought down this fire serpent, according to this myth, with a spear. Svars says that spear might still be in the mountains, just waiting for the next, vanquishing or what have you. He also said that about a month ago, the nearby lake had an elemental fae in it, who had undergone some kind of a corruption or a capture or a curse or something that began with the C. And local fishing has stopped for that period of time. And as you all pointed out, the village on the other side, about 3 days out, only believes it happened just 3 days prior to that, which would put it out at 1 week. Do with the information what you want. Rin is grabbing himself some food, so you guys are alone for the period, unless you need him for something. In other words, I'm pulling the NPC out so the PCs can do this shit.
Wait, Rin, I've got a question for you.
Fuck yes, what?
Kidding.
Um,
Drink your water, Steve. Rest your voice.
So did anyone get anything good at the market?
That's exactly what I was going to do, and I lay out all my stuff. Aldred and I went shopping. I think Karl got something very interesting as well.
I got some things.
What did you get?
He just pulls out the Mutfian bag because he put the bottles in there as well. He goes, I have 7 holy waters, since that was proving very useful earlier. And then the merchant had this random bag that he threw in here. So we have what I like to call a true Mutfian leather bag. And inside, and he starts like pulling out all the random tidbits that were in there. Which I have to write down at some point because I forgot what all of them were.
I have
Is that bag oiled? Is that an oiled bag?
It is very oily to the touch. Some of it's a little drying out though, so it is showing its age.
Linseed oil? Is it waterproofed?
Well, probably not at this point. The oil is starting to fade.
Hey, look, Frenell, it's a book.
Frenell looks to her side. Very good, Alvin.
What do you think that glyph means, huh?
Daga. Have you, Alvin? Did you? I know you're
Alvin touches the
not a
glyph.
druid, but did you not go to at least like the first 2 years of gnomish school where we learn all of at least the major gods and goddesses, Nordaga, Sithlia? It's Alvin.
I was hoping some of you would know about this glyph because the merchant says that the book is unreadable until we can do something with this glyph. It is protecting the information from inside.
Now I'm interested.
Well,
Have you tried asking it to open nicely, Karl?
Please, book, open if you would like to very much, please.
In your language, though, in Mutfian.
Nothing?
It's not opening.
No.
I'm sorry.
I'd like to see it too for now. I'm just going to sneak over and look over your shoulder. That's
Whichever
fine.
one you're strongest in, Arcana, Nature, Primal, or Occultism, roll it.
Who?
In.
Who would you like to roll?
Oh, anybody who's looking at the book.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Arcana, occultism, nature, and what?
Religion.
Oh.
Easy dubs.
I got
Watch me nail this.
Oh, I'll do.
23.
On what did you roll?
Occultism.
It is an arcane symbol.
23 on Arcana, baby.
Yep.
Roll it.
It is a personal sigil of someone who owns it.
Got a
20.
13 on nature.
It definitely is made out of leather.
I could have told you that with my 15 in nature.
Brain cured leather.
24 in Arcana. I realized
Wait.
it was Arcana.
Personal sigil.
Academic lore. Can I do that?
Most likely a spell book.
No, but can I?
I just
It was
told
so
you what
close
it
to
is.
20.
Don't you? We're playing a role-playing game, not a dice rolling game. I just told you. You roll the
Karl,
dice that I tell you to roll.
Karl, I think this is a personal sigil, so maybe if you find the person who left it there, you could perhaps open it. Did you catch what they looked like?
That is the thing. The merchant said that it was left there, and whoever left it there never returned for it. So it is a mystery. Perhaps I should, in the morning, ask this merchant if they had made any mention on where they were headed, if we would like
Or when.
a heading.
And on the word mystery, chat, somebody please roll exclamation point D100.
Ooh, I love a good mystery.
Let's find out what happens. 6.
Oh, just 4 away, Blake. So close.
No. Almost
Almost
nice.
Oh, even closer.
Karl, you have the bag. You pulled some stuff out of it. You know that there's more in it.
Yeah, let's...
So you can feel a solid object in there. You pull it out, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I'll pull that out.
Yeah. It just continues to pull out.
Oh.
You keep going. And then you pull out a staff.
Yo.
Is that a 10-foot pole?
I'm more.
I think it's a staff, and that book. Perhaps we are dealing with some wizard.
So
I'm more intrigued by the bag.
Yeah, I'm with Aldred here. That's a heck of a bag.
You pulled that staff out of that bag.
I wonder what we could put in the bag.
It is funny because here I am thinking it is magic staff that shrink, but it could be bag that can hold many, many things.
I
Like my
think
hair.
that the latter is much more likely.
Well,
So-
there's one way to find out, boys, and I.
well, hold on. Before Alvin fucking crowd dives right into the goddamn bag.
I was born for this.
Let him.
So I know. Just
Let him.
all right. So now there's just a group of 5 adventurers and a bag
And a bag.
and a fucking bag. All right. Anyhow, so you guys have a staff. When he pulls it out, the first thing that you notice is that it's tipped with a ruby about that big, a flat surface, a slight glow to it. And as it comes out, you can see that there is a spun bonish material that forms the entire length of it in a crisscrossing diamond pattern. The entire staff is like that.
Bone-ish material.
Ivory, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh, that's better than what I was thinking.
He's just gonna look at this. I wonder what it does. He's gonna start flipping through like some of the items in the bag to see if that gives any hints in his book while he's turning pages with his other hand with his book to see
Sure.
if this staff shows up anywhere in it.
Well, so you end up pouring out about 54 gold.
Whoa.
With that, there's you see a little, let's see, what's a good way to describe this? Well, a feather comes out, but it is made out of solid gold and is miniature. You also pull out a conch, and it is quite ornate. Let me get you the exact description on that.
Like the shiny things.
It's opulescent, yeah. It's pretty cool. And in fact, if you kind of do this whole thing, yeah, you can absolutely hear the roaring sea crashing against the shore. And it's more than just it's not the blood in your head. It's not the air. No, it's a fucking sea and waves coming in. In fact, you two over there at the end, Thessalia and Aldred, you can hear that from anyone who's actually doing that.
Yeah, Tess's ear like just whoop, and then the head follows.
You get a, let me just get the description on this real quick. Hold on. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So there's also, where are you? Yes. There's a, on a, what appears to be like a small, it's like about that big. It's a small little tablet, and on it is etched a rune. Anybody with Arcana, you can see that it, let's see, your prior Arcana rolls still withstanding, and because of all the awesomeness from the chat from earlier on, I'll let you know right now that is a flaming rune that can be applied as a permanent feature to a weapon.
My.
You also happen to come across, let me make sure I have this correctly. Yep, I do. You also come across some, let's see, arrows? The arrows are made in a, like a wood that's almost crimson in color. And the tip, well, a standard arrow tip, but a little bit of like a flamberge design to it. There's a alchemical symbol on the side of each one of these arrows.
Oh my.
You immediately recognize that these dozen arrows are explosive.
Anybody have a bow that they would like? Yeah, here you go. This is a gift for you from our strange Moldavian friend that we have yet to meet.
Whoever they are, they know the good stuff.
You reach in again and you manage to pull out, it seems to be a potion, and there's like a little feather token on it as well. Not quite as ornate as prior. But then you kind of look at it and you realize, oh no, that's not a token, that, or excuse me, that's not a feather. That's a full fucking wing. Alvin, give me a alchemy.
Gladly. Alchemy lore?
Yep.
Alchemy lore. Let's do it like this. Oh boy, I've never seen that before. That is just,
What'd you get?
I'm pretty sure I nat 1.
Not a fucking clue.
I'm pretty sure that's well, that must be hot chocolate. I've been wanting hot chocolate this whole time.
Okay.
We should heat it up and drink it, though.
Why don't we get a second opinion before we start drinking strange liquids, aye?
There's nothing strange about it at all.
You also pull out what appears to be a snare. And you recognize it. It's a bomb snare.
Oh, lovely.
It will catalyze 3 third-level moderate alchemical bombs of the same to explode, all in the same place.
Now, the real mystery of this bag is why anyone would leave so many explosives. I can't imagine for the life of me. It'd be like abandoning a pet or a good friend.
Well, I get the sense from what Karl has said, that the shopkeeper said that I don't think they left it behind intentionally.
Well, as far as I know, they were coming back for it, and then they did not. So that is very confusing that they would not bring these very important items with them on a dangerous mission, or perhaps they thought somebody was following them, and so they left it behind so that they would not get the items. We don't know.
Alvin feels true sadness for the first time this episode.
Okay. Let's see. Do you continue to dig?
It's a random question because I've actually never done this before. With the staff, how do you? Is it like a check to decide to figure out what it does? Or?
That's an awesome question. Thank you for that. So yeah, it's just a concentration for about 10 minutes or so as you try to identify something. It is an action known as identify magic. I will roll for you And
If I may, I see you're trying to identify what kind of magic it might be. I can do that in about a minute, if you would like.
Oh, yes, please. I was just hoping that, with the explosive arrows and the explosive snares, that we do not have a staff that is going to blow up in our faces.
Oh, there were explosive arrows and snares? This must have been when I checked out for a couple of minutes. I shall take note of that.
Alvin leans in real close and squints at Zora. How long have you been able to do this?
For a very long time, and I have made it known. You just have never asked.
Okay.
I'm gonna do something. I've actually never done identify. Oh, here it is.
what are you doing?
Identify magic.
Yeah, so
I don't know.
You're going to spend a minute doing that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you are assuming that it is magical. That all these things are. I mean, that's not a problem. But typically, just so everyone knows, once you find out that an item is magical, you can then begin the identification process. It takes about 10 minutes, but in your case, 1. Can you tell us why it only takes 1?
Yes, because I have purveyor of the bazaar, and in my travels, bartering and picking up and putting down magic items, almost blowing my hand off in the process, I have learned to quickly decipher and determine what is magical and what is not.
That's fucking amazing. That's cool.
But you never learn to identify what is a bomb and what is not.
Magic and ordnance is a little bit of a tricky, nuancy gray area, and I would anticipate that any artificer and alchemist would know that as well. But
Would
Alvin just lost interest halfway through your explanation.
would you take me shopping with you one day? I would like to learn.
I watched her earlier today. It was something.
Very kind.
So, when you let me get. Okay, that's cool. You get a sense. This is the staff that you're doing first. Is that correct? Okay, cool. All right, let me get to that so I can give you exactly what you need on this. And there we are. Very cool. And 1 second. This is yep. So you hold the staff in your hand. You begin working with it. You start getting a little bit of like a notion of protection. It seems that this is something that it can cast a ward. It seems to be able to provide somebody with a temporary, almost like a shell of invulnerability. Then you start really getting into it. There's more that this thing can do. It may require you a little bit of extra time to kind of work with it. But for the most part, let's see. Let me make sure. You may need some assistance with this. Let's put it that way. Somebody else who also works with Arcana to be able to discern everything that it can do. But I want to make sure that you get a sense of what it does, and you can learn any means of activating it. Yes. Okay, cool. That's what I wanted to find out. Yeah, you can see that there is arcane language written on the side, and that with that, you would be able to then activate this and find out everything. Okay. But that's going to use up a charge. This does have some stuff there.
Okay. I kind of like slowly give it back to Karl. Do you remember that story I told you about that temple that I raided when I got the wizard loot treasure, and there was a couple of different staffs, and I was kind of, sword fighting irresponsibly with them, seeing what it could do, and almost died. This is the opposite of that. It will protect you for a short amount of time on a charge basis, and you have to say the word, so I will not. I feel like this requires the book of many things that you know, so maybe you can do a little more investigating, but that's what it can do as far as I'm aware.
Karl, with that mention, you want to check your book?
Let me take a quick look. You guys continue. I want to make sure I'm not abusing this book power. I want to see if there's limitations.
Don't worry about that. This is about the story.
Okay.
It's about the
let's
fucking
check
story.
this book.
Yeah, it's not a problem. Not a
In
problem.
the glossary.
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power. Yeah, this
Try
is
looking up under S for staffs.
I got an 18.
according to the description. Based solely on that, there's only one thing it could possibly be. It's a guardian staff. And according to the legend, which is in your book, even though we've not been doing things by that book, I know the description of your class ability is a little bit less powerful than how it's been, but I really fucking love having you on board with this conveyance of it, with the ability to get info. It can cast several spells. Again, exactly as Zora had said. You're going to use up charges, but it can cast Forbidding Ward. It can cast Sanctuary. It can cast Spirit Link. It can cast Shield Other. And it can also cast a second level version of Spirit Link. So it's not exactly it's a common enough item. But typically, you don't find this unless you're a seasoned adventurer.
It is a guardian staff. It has a few spells that will help protect us. Very useful for what we are about to do. Who would like to hold on to this? I need a free hand, so I will not be wielding this.
I would recommend Frenell take the staff. I know it's a little tall, but you seem to be the most nurturing of us all.
It's like a banner. When I hold it.
Except
Glitter.
It's a shrinky dink.
Yeah. You didn't know I could do that, did you?
It comes down to your size. It's still a staff for you, but yeah.
I have like a technical question, because you keep saying charges, so I think I understand what you mean. Like, is this something that is like known about like staffs? Like, should I know how many charges, or am I supposed to try to figure that out?
No. It's absolutely fine. Certain magic items have a finite amount of things that they can do, hence charges. So it's just a number, and it decrements depending upon. It's kind of like spell slots.
Okay.
Let me get you the
not
exact.
Something that can be like recharged.
That's actually what I'm gonna check on right now. I don't know what they did. We haven't. Do you have an answer on that, Dan?
I mean, this is working off of memory from listening to a Pathfinder podcast, but I believe if you cast that spell, like the same spell, into the item, you can recharge it that way.
That's fucking easy.
I believe. I'm not 100% certain on that.
Cast the spell.
Or yeah.
There are also items that regain a charge every day, or a certain number of charges every day or every long rest.
Oh, here you go. All right. Well, Reddit to the rescue.
So the archives aren't helping me.
So during your daily preps, you can prepare a staff to add charges to it for free. When you do so, the staff gains a number of charges equal to your level of your highest level spell slot. How many charges the staff gets? Let me just make sure here. I read the rules on staff several times now, and I'm still confused about the concept of charges. I use a greater healing staff as my example. It's got these things in it, and every day when you prepare a staff, it regains all of its charges. So there you go. When you cast a spell from a staff, it expends charges equal to the level of the spell. So does this mean that it has 12 charges because there's 12 spell levels in this list of spells that they provide? And the short answer is staffs all have the spells of lower versions of themselves, as well as those specifically listed. Blah, 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 blah. You know what? Fuck it. We're just going to say that it's just like a spellcaster.
Okay.
It
so it's
expends
basically
this.
spells that I don't necessarily have, but I can use on my turn. Like I
And
would.
yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, by expending a charge, the charge is that spell. Until I get a clear answer on it, because unfortunately I am ignorant on that part. Until I get it, yeah, we're just going to treat it like an additional spellcaster, and during your prep time early in the morning, it then
Sure.
regains it. Okay.
Yeah. And if it comes out being worse, I'm going to say, I'm sorry, it's already canon.
If it comes out already worse, then we'll have a monster go, and it just goes back to normal.
Just like explodes.
Karl, you also have that amulet,
take
by
it.
the way.
Yes, the leather was fading on it. I'll pull that out and take a look at that.
You want to, Zora?
Or
Yes.
you check.
You know, yeah, you just hand me the items, I do a minute, and then you follow up in the book, and we'll make a nice little assembly line.
Okay, so while you do that, you can see with some, you kind of take a look at it by the firelight, and it seems like engraved into it is some sort of a script.
What language is it?
This is going to be arcane.
Oh, I do a little rolly roll.
Okay, 1 second, and I'm gonna take care of this one. Oh, you know what this is. Oh, you fucking know exactly what the hell this thing is.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to say the name, because that is someone's true name. That is a true name amulet. It is of the lesser variety.
What? I remind me. What happens if I say its true name?
Sure. So directly from the description, this amulet bears the true name of a single creature with a level no higher than the item's level. These amulets are typically made of gold and engraved, but it can be made of anything, including simple clay. The name is clearly visible, though only to you, and only while you have the amulet invested. This case, the item is not invested, but you are still able to see that it has been inscribed on there. And it's not magically inscribed, it's like literally carved in. So,
Okay.
So if you can read the language in which the name is written, what languages do you speak, Zora?
I speak Ethereal, Iruxi, Draconic, and one more, and I always fucking forget it. It's hold on. It's probably not gonna matter. Alvin.
Okay. It seems to be a cross between, I mean, you knocked it out of the fucking park. It's like a cross between Elven and Draconic. I got excited when you said Draconic, so it seems to be like a cross between it, which is an odd thing. But if you can read the language, which you can, the creature always takes the effects of invoke true name against your spells. Which means, hold on, let me get this puppy up. You speak the true name of a creature to more surely affect it with your magic. Until the end of the current turn, the target is flat-footed against your spells and takes a -2 circumstance penalty. So you got some stuff going on there.
This is very interesting. Carl, can you read this writing here? It's showing up for you, yes?
There is something there, but I cannot make out what it is saying. It just looks like lines and scribble.
Okay.
It says, if Frenell starts to like say the first letter.
No. Okay, so this is.
I can't read it. It looks familiar, but I can't quite pick it out. I have Elven, so it's like, it seems like Elven. Is it?
It's a mix, but don't say it. Don't say it. It is an amulet. It's a true name amulet. If you, if it's attuned to you, that it you can use it, or anybody can use it. And
No,
just speak the true
you
name.
have to. Yeah, you have to attune it. So, or rather, you invest in it. There are certain items, Apple, like for example, as a brand new player to Pathfinder, There's certain items that you need to invest in, and that is you're going to spend a little bit of time with them, become familiar, buddy, speak to them nicely, and water them every now and then or something. Feed them a little nosh here and there. And once it becomes invested, you can then use all of its powers. You'll find like magical armor is sometimes like that. Sometimes
I have like a little, like the dull Greystone. I think it said I had to invest with that. So I'll start like taking it in at night.
There you go. Alrighty.
So this is interesting. If you can invest in it, like put your soul into it, kind of thing, you can speak the true name of a creature around you, and they are flat-footed. What's double interesting is I can already do that, so I have no need for this. But if you would like, I can teach you, anybody, Draconic and Elven, on our travels, and you can attune to it and use it for yourself.
Neat little thing about flat-footed, no longer a term in Pathfinder.
Interesting.
They changed it to caught off guard.
So now there's no excuse for draft dodging, right? Because you can't use flat-footed as an excuse for not dodging. Anyways, so I'll give it back to Karl in case there's any other information.
Karl, you have a golden feather.
What about this? Is this just money, but in a less valuable form, or is this something?
Zora's like fucking knocking it out of the park. Zora, you know exactly what that thing is. It's a feather. Most of the time, these things are only the shaft is dipped in gold, and it bears like a single arcane rune. This one's a little bit different. This one, the entire thing has been dipped in gold, and it still has a single arcane rune. This is, in fact, a feather token. It is a consumable. It appears to be from some kind of an exotic bird, Frenell. You kind of recognize it's like, oh, that's not a typical bird. That's an exotic bird, probably like a bird of paradise or something along those lines, like one of those tail feathers, if you imagine that. A little bit shorter, though. And when you go to activate it, you know that it becomes transformed into another object. And that could be something. So in this case, you take a look. Hold on. I want to make sure what I have here. Yes. This particular feather looks different than most feather tokens for a very good reason. Feather tokens typically can change into various things. Or excuse me, can only change into one thing. This can change into any of the following. But once it changes into that, it becomes it permanently. So you can only use this ever once. Remember, it's a consumable. Okay. The things it can turn into: an anchor, a bird, like a small sparrow that waits on your finger for you to relay a message up to like 1 minute in length. Okay. So it's essentially a messenger, a little messenger bird. You can turn it into a holly bush. Okay, and that will turn it into a living holly bush, and it fills, the prerequisite space. It can provide standard cover, so if you need to, like, oh shit, we're out here in the middle of something, you do that, and it will provide standard cover for one person. In addition, it has some like bright red berries on it. While holly berries are typically poisonous, these are actually very beneficial. You can eat it as an interact action and recover 1 hit point. And there's like 2d4 berries on it. Okay. And lastly, it can become a tree. So
does it say how tall?
Yeah, it's like 60 foot wide, about 5 feet, like a 5 foot wide trunk. That is quite a tree. It is. It's but here's the caveat: it has to be activated on earth or soil. Okay.
My mother could turn herself into a tree,
and it just turns into a tree. It's just a tree, and if it may continue to live if everything else is favorable. So.
Okay.
All right.
That item fucking rocks.
Yeah, that's so weird.
I love that. Steve, I love that. so much.
So this is a feather token. Funny story about the feather token. In one of my heists a while ago, we also had a feather token, and we used it in order to escape suspicion of a hold tire treasure that we took, but it turned into a pile of dung and then never went back. So it was just a manure cart. We got away, but we lost all our treasure. Anyways, this can turn into an anchor, a bird, a holly bush, which provides cover and the berries can heal, or just a regular. Either way, use it wisely and once, because it's that forever.
And you don't know what it will become.
Oh, and it's random, so it could
That's
be an anchor or it
hilarious.
could be a tree.
Wow.
All right. So Hail Mary pass. Got it.
Yes.
I will call you my best friend.
There's you also have the conch.
Oh, this one. I would like to see the sparkly thing, please. Thank you. And I flick my tongue at it,
Why would you do that?
I'm a lizard person.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. All right. So you kind of smell it with your tongue, and it smells like fish. It actually is quite delicious. Unfortunately, you are so distracted by the fishy smell of the conch, you cannot properly identify him.
Oh, this is a beautiful thing, and I'm bored with it already. Here you go.
Could I roll selling lore on the conch?
Sure.
It's pretty cool.
Ooh.
I'm curious what you get.
16.
Definitely it's shell. It's a shell. You know that. It's a shell. There used to be a living thing in it.
Very useful.
Therefore,
Maybe is there a chapter in your book, Karl, for conch?
let me hit that one. I'm gonna head that one up. Hold on, one second. Where's Karl? Where's Karl?
Well,
Karl is here.
He's in the
right
upper
here.
left of the screen.
Yes, he's right next to you.
No, yeah, well,
He's right
It's-
there. I can see him.
holy
I do
shit,
know that
Karl, what'd you?
you
Oh,
can
no.
use them
So,
for signaling between ships, but that's about all I know.
Karl, there are not too many entries about a conch.
Perhaps I can try to remember something I have read. I've read a lot of books.
Man, you better fucking roll high. All right, go ahead. what are you gonna roll? Because it has to be a secret roll.
Academia lore is my highest,
Perfect. Hold on for 1 second.
but I understand that might not work. I do have lore master lore as well.
Okay, cool. Well, you're gonna roll 1 on this. Let's see. Jesus. Okay. You know of you came so close. You missed the DC by 1.
Whoa,
So-
I mean, we have so many urchins.
Yeah, you do. You have 5 of them. You want to use one?
Sure, I'll use the one.
Oh, wait a second. Do you want to use your +1?
Yeah, if that's all I was.
Yeah, that's all I get. You only miss it by 1. Yeah, you can totally do that. All right, cool. Hold on. Let me do the thing. And cool. So now your +1 is
What was
gone.
the DC?
What?
20.
DC was 26. You understand what this thing can do. You've heard stories of this thing. You can put up your ear, you hear the sounds, and blah blah blah. When you activate this thing, you can exactly what Thessalia said. You raise it up to your lips, you let out a big, long, rumbling note. And for the next minute, you and all your allies who were within 30 feet of you when you activated it get a +2 item bonus to athletic checks to swim and can breathe underwater.
Hallelujah.
For how long?
If it is anything like the, you know what, it doesn't say in here what the duration is, but if it's anything like the breathe water spell, then it lasts for 1 hour.
Hell yeah.
One
I
entire.
instantly just down a glass of water and try and choke on it. I'm like, I'll choke on it.
When you pass out,
We're not going to.
Because no one blew the conch.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that part. Yeah.
It's very loud. We can't do it right now.
Oh.
Jesus.
I was wondering you were gonna wake up the rest of the inn.
Cause an avalanche here. We don't need this.
Jeez, Frenell, that's so irresponsible of you. I can't believe you blew the conch.
Anyway,
So,
you also had 12 explosive arrows.
That's even more irresponsible.
That's extremely.
I think it's 1 minute, by the way.
1 minute
It's the
is.
Darkness conch on Nethys.
What are you
It
referring?
says for the next minute, you and all allies who are within 30 feet of you when you activated the conch game. So item bonus avalanche
Oh,
checks.
for the next minute? Jesus, hold on. +2 item.
We can-
Oh, for fuck's sake! Yeah, you're right.
This one's bedazzled.
Yeah, we
So-
can say it's bedazzled.
It's bedazzled. You're right. It is only for 1 minute, so it's not as good as a potion of water breathing.
But it does hit for everyone.
What's that?
But it is for everyone.
But exactly. Yeah, it'll give you 1 minute.
Time.
Yeah. And hey, if you can breathe underwater, no, it would need to be air. So you're
Can
not.
it be blown underwater, though? That's the real question.
Yeah, it'd be kind of weird. Anyway,
Yeah.
as for the arrows, these things are really kind of weird.
I hope someone explains that to me.
Are you the one that has them?
He gave them to me.
Do you have Arcana?
I have a bow.
I guess we're gonna find out exactly what those things do. Carl, what else do you have?
Oh, I have.
It's no longer anathema for me to have mechanical.
I actually don't know what else I have. I'm gonna. I already gave the. We have the holy water, so we got
There
that.
was the insignia, the fire thing.
Oh.
Small rune,
Yeah, but that got identified immediately.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
Chief told us what it was.
flaming rune. Yep. And let's see. Since you had expressed interest in it, Zora, I'm gonna have you roll one more time for the bag itself.
Oh,
Okay.
thank goodness.
Are you rolling or am I?
Now, identify is always a secret check, so I'll roll that for you.
Oh, okay.
Because you don't know what it is. I mean, if you do like a crit fail, then I'm going to give you some really lame info that you will think is true.
Okay.
So,
Great. I can't wait for this crit fail information.
the bag, you've heard of them. It's a bag of holding.
It's a bag of holding.
It's a type 2.
This is the one that's usually on clearance at Cobalt's Closet.
So it'll hold up to 50 bulk, which is how items are weighed, handled in here.
You could probably put about 50 bulk in it. So, yes, it will carry all of the groceries in one trip.
Thank God.
Guys,
Or-
I could fit entirely in that bag of holding.
Who wants to put the gnome in? Please, dear God.
See how much it can hold? And I put the gnome in the bag.
I start suffocating.
I think there's about 10 minutes of air in there.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yep.
That's right.
Okay,
Wow,
so
there's so
now
much
that's done.
space.
So after 11 minutes,
Oh my God!
we say, "Oh yeah, Alvin, it's so quiet."
If we ever need to not distract anyone, we could hide Alvin. If we need him to be quiet.
For a few minutes, but I don't think that's a good long-term solution.
I agree.
Carl, it seems like that there's no more stuff in it. And whoever had this, the spell book is the thing that is probably the most expensive item here. You can't even open the pages to kind of like get a little peek, because again, it looks like a solid block. In fact, you'd be hard pressed to not think that's exactly what it is. but you understand that this thing is a wizard spell book, and it's a small traveling one. It's got quite a few pages to it, and it is incredibly well protected. So potentially, if you can get it back to the owner, then you might be able to get a reward, or you can find out a little bit more about the person that had this. Having said that, I have a feeling that we are going to end the game here, but I would like to give you guys one last scene. The night's gone on. Zora has now spent about 10 minutes or so identifying items. You guys have been swapping stories. You realize that a good amount of fortune is now befallen you. You do have allies here that are willing to provide you with a little bit of information, thanks to Frenell's work. Sfars seems really concerned about this kind of stuff, and even then, you guys are going to earn a little bit of keep if you can actually tell the story of whatever you did in the lake back to Sfars. So if you survive, you're going to get a little bit of cash and probably some additional information and like a permanent contact, which would be pretty cool. But it's when you like hang out at night, or whoever it is of you that's doing that, the night sky is wonderfully clear. You can see stars, and every now and then just a couple of meteors, or meteorites that you see coming into the atmosphere as usual. Really nothing too bad. Well, it's Evandel on the other hand, isn't it? And there's always something going wrong. So it was right before you guys start turning in order to, take care of nighttime activities, whatever that may mean, going back inside, grabbing some food and some drink, spending time catching Ren up if that's something that you wanted to do, or speak with some new friends. No matter what it is, it seems like that there's a pressure around you. You could feel it. The night sky itself just seems to loom down upon you. And you can hear whispers in the distance. That is to say, only two of you can hear whispers in the distance as the midnight hour comes and the third day begins. Those whispers muffled by what seems to be the depth of water. And the two of you don't necessarily feel the call, but you do want to check it out at least. But not before you recognize what else is happening in the night sky. Meteors from the heavens start streaking across the sky. Approximately 20 of them, all landing in different parts of Evandel. You are now the Seekers of the Fall. We'll pick this up next week.
Ooh.
Damn.
That was
Mom, come pick me up. I'm scared.
Yeah.
Just imagine the tutorial completed.
Oh man.
Oh,
We're a real
God.
party now.
Then it was sacrifice.
We had a mini beach episode. We had a shopping trip. We fought a monster. We gained a quest. We're a real party.
I think this is actually the very first shopping episode I've ever had in this channel, but in any tabletop game.
Really? I know. Typically, I don't do them. So I'll tell you what. I don't know if anyone here needs to go, but if you do need to go, the good thing about the system that we're using, you can bamf out, no problems whatsoever, and we're not going to get rearranged like you do in Zoom or Discord or what have you. Having said that, I do want to go right into the after party, because this way we can talk about things a little bit more comfortably. We can also chat with everyone over there in chat. And if you happen to be a Patreon member, you know what to do. Let me know that you want to speak with us, and then I'll send you out the invite over on Twitch for you to do that. So yeah, let's head into the after party. Let's see what this thing can do for us. Nope, that's still the wrong fucking game. That's cool. So, and that's the wrong thing. Hey, Kevin, look, this is the picture that we used for you.
It's the old one.
It is the old one. Alrighty, so here we are. So we're back, guys. Welcome back to Evandale. Okay, really quick. I'm not going to interview you. Give me your thoughts. Give us your thoughts.
Oh man, I feel very prepared for anything that's about to happen right now. Like I'm super excited.
Yeah, the loot drop was great.
Yeah.
Do you have a list so we can?
Oh yeah, I have a list.
Game?
I have a list for
I
you.
wrote it. Yeah, I also was taking it today.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's not a problem whatsoever. Anybody in chat, if you want to say anything, comment or ask any questions, we will of course answer. That's not a problem. Do you fear that the items are going to cause any kind of an unbalance?
That was one of my fears. Is that like what's coming after us now because of all of these items? Like,
I mean, that's a good question. It's a really good question.
It's like the room right before a boss that's filled with like health packs and ammunition and like a save point. You're like,
My cat has vampires.
Yeah, it's
vampires.
or vampires.
Vampires, yeah.
yeah.
Good thing Aldred got those stakes.
Yeah, no, I'm fully prepared for vampires now. Wasn't the original reason that I got the stakes, but I got them. So
Yeah, again.
Sorry, I really wanted to give a shout out to Dan because I really love the little nuggets of lore. Yeah, you. The little nuggets of lore for the sailing the boat, because we had not learned that it's only dawn and dusk until now. That was a new little piece of information. So
really?
it's you're like unfolding. I mean, unless if you said that, but I don't think you did. Just the red sails bit.
I only knew it because we had talked about it in chat.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. So it's really exciting. It was like, oh, now it's like it's a timed thing. This is really fun. So shout out. That was really cool.
I think I did mention it the previous session, but like blew right by it, just like babbling, and I was just like, oh, only done. That's not the important part right now. But blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm less concerned about the items and the strength of the items that we got, and more concerned about Alvin. Alvin is going to be the death of this party. I say that with so much love.
I love you right back, and I promise I can't promise. No, I can promise that I will try not to metagame and predict the future. However, I've party wiped before, and I've learned my lesson.
What is this?
You read carefully before you commit to an action.
I created this fucking world 41 years ago, and only just now have I actually felt dread.
He said party.
I'm honored. I'm honored because you inspire dread in me on a regular basis, Steve. So
I'm happy
like
to share it with you.
I'm good.
Good.
I am excited about the items too, but I'm also excited about the characters that were introduced this time. I'm really excited that we got to learn a little bit about how Rin interacts with his hometown. He's not just this mysterious leader. He's actually a guy who owes a dude money. And what a joy. What a joy. I really want those damn goggles, but I know I'm not going to be able to afford them, and there's probably a life lesson in that, but damned if I'll learn it.
We'll see.
we did 54 gold pieces just dropped out of that bag, so you could talk.
It costs 100, and I only have
goggles?
43.
Oh, well. Yeah.
Why do I have 43 gold? I don't know. I think I might have made an error.
So yeah, 15 to start, from which you buy your starting supplies, and then after that, Thessalia had doled out some cash to a whole bunch of people from the from one of those things. Donald, have a fantastic night. Take care, man. Have an amazing night. Great seeing you here.
Yeah, I'm gonna recalculate so I don't.
Okay. Yeah, that's not a problem.
Don't cheat the system.
With regards to the items and the fear of like what it is that might come. So I'll just tell you this right now. The items that you received do require ingenuity in their use. They're not so obvious. The Guardian Staff. Okay, cool. We can. That's a get the fuck out of Dodge thing. Hopefully, maybe it can actually save a life if it is justly used by its carrier. When it comes down to like the feather token, it's random. I made it that way. Typically, feather tokens are like this one little one-off thing. This thing is going to turn into a tree. Therefore, I wish to plant a tree. Boom, and it just turns into a tree. That's it. No special properties. It's not an ent or an arboreal. It's not going to kill things. When it comes down to like the conch, with 1 minute, I honestly, but I don't know why. It was like my brain just didn't see that part. Thank you for the catch-up. That really is going to be handy in moments of ingenuity. So use these items. You have, some of you now have healing potions. You have some of the more standard stuff. And you guys are now equipped like an adventuring party, a second level adventuring party. Mind you, these items, some of them are like fucking 9th level. So careful with them. They can overbalance the game if you use it willy-nilly. On the other hand, all of them have a limitation, whether it's in use or in activation or investment or what have you. So just be careful of it. And of course, you also have now a spell book.
Don't forget that flask of hot chocolate.
And the flask of hot chocolate.
Yep.
I'm really excited to have 12 explosive arrows that I don't know how they fucking work. I'm just going to fire them off at something at some point. And find out. You handed me to them, and you were like, "Here's explosive arrows," and I was like, "Okay." And Aldred is just utility based, so he's like, "This is a tool. I'm going to use it." So
it's gonna be like the scene from Mulan with the rocket in the mountain.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna say this.
And face that way.
Somewhere in Evandale, there's a village that's no longer there. So. Alrighty.
I like stand up, like Zora holds me up, and I just whisper in your ear the entire time you're doing it. Just
is there anything else, guys?
It was a good game. You told a great story.
I loved it.
Sfars is really cool. I liked him a lot.
He's a very cool character.
It reminds me of someone. I can't quite put my finger on it.
Sounds like Steve.
It's kind of like how I tell my stories.
Viking storyteller?
Yeah, I know. Go figure. I won't be voicing him a lot for very apparent reasons, because his fucking. Oh, I'm getting. I mean, I'm practiced enough where my chords won't fry immediately. I mean, Kevin fucking knows. You work at a Renaissance fair for like 28 years. You're yelling at 4,000 people at a time, and the shit kind of builds up. This is the strongest part of my body right now. It's like, I'm 6'3". I'm strong. My vocal cords are stronger. So yeah, but I don't think I'll be able to do it. And there he was. Oh my god, the fucking fry. Anyway. Anything else, my friends?
I also appreciated that he was sort of the I don't know what's the term, like Deus Ex Machina, when I was just like, I don't know what to buy. I had an idea of like one thing to buy because I don't really like weapons or anything.
So here's a little sneak peek behind the scenes.
Sorry, I didn't want to like jump into other people's like stores. Like I really wanted to go to the store Karl went to. I was like, oh, I would love that. But like, I don't know it exists. Or like Frenell doesn't know it exists. And so I'm like, what would Frenell say that doesn't just like try to like copy exactly what's happened, Well,
the good news is you are here for another day. You can, continue to go back to stores. You do have some water breathing potions waiting for you. They're in the process of being made. And it's not like that they can't be sold. So if you don't pick them up, they're not gonna. Why am I talking about fictional people like that? Anyhow, little bit behind the scenes.
It felt super real today, I will say.
It felt
like,
real.
At one point you were like, oh, like Ren walks away or something, and like we're just going, and then like Ren got called back in. I'm like, oh yes, Steve's here, and it was just like it felt like Ren like went away, and like it felt more natural to like be in the character at times tonight, at least for me. So I appreciated that from everybody.
I thought you were in the zone.
Verisimilitude was on point.
So what?
The verisimilitude was on point.
Yeah, great one.
Yeah, I was really into your scene for now. Like, this was like a really difficult from like a DM perspective, because each one of us sort of had this urge to split off and do our own thing. But I found myself engaged in everyone else's scene. Like, I found it interesting.
And they felt that too.
Yeah, like that was awesome. I don't know, Steve, how you do that. I can barely sympathize with one person. Your capacity for this is awesome.
No, it's actually it has to do with the adaptation, and it has to do with you guys leading the charge. If you don't talk, I am forced to bring the action forward. So what I was trying to say is a little bit behind the scenes. The original story of the lake and the village was going to happen from yet another fisherman, told in a slightly different, more rural kind of way. When Frenell, you said you had been looking for a place that has books, I knew this place would not have a bookstore. It's not that kind of a place. So I wanted to remain true to it. But how is knowledge passed down in these kinds of areas? Usually oral tradition. And I know that. I'm a professional storyteller. So let's get a story going. And when you found that person, and I was so thankful that you stepped in, then I knew, and then I was hoping that you were going to ask questions. I was hoping that you were going to break the ice, and you did perfectly.
I felt you like not wanting me to leave, and I was like, okay, no, this is my boon. I'm taking it. Because also, like, the reason I didn't ask for storytellers originally, I was trying to think it's Frenell. I'm like, Frenell doesn't speak this language. She's not going to understand someone telling a story, but she can read it in a book.
Yeah.
Which is the whole reason she asked for a book and not a story.
Yeah, no. I got you, fam. It's not a worry. Yeah. So, yeah, you changed how the information was coming to you. Not only that, but that whole spear thing. I'll be honest with you. When I said it came down from the meteor, I didn't know that until I said it. And when that happened, I was like, "Oh, okay, cool. Maybe
everybody.
Yeah, maybe they'll pick up on it." And then you did, and you were like, "I think this is how we need to kill the thing." And I was like, well, never mind my plot. I like that one a hell of a lot better. And that's a beautiful thing. Yeah, if you can just go along with it, allow the party to dictate. But that's the whole key, though, is that you guys need to speak up, and you have been, which is so fucking beautiful. That's why I love this table. So thank you.
Yeah. No, it's wonderful speaking as a DM who recently had a similar thing happen.
Good.
Of like, just like give and take, and just like being comfortable with taking your plans, no matter how vague or firm they are, and just saying like, well, the players believe this, and that sounds a hell of a lot cooler.
Yeah,
So
seriously.
just all of my ideas into the trash.
Yeah, dude, there's 6 fucking brains right here that are all goddamn geniuses. Yeah, they're all gonna come up with their own shit. Yeah, my stuff literally sucks most of the time. The only thing I have is like I have bare notes of a couple of bullet points and maybe a descriptive narrative, which you've been catching me reading every now and then. I do have stuff, but the stuff I have, so much of it has already gone away, and then
Let's watch that negative self-talk, Steve.
No. It's not. No,
it's legit.
It's totally true. I love the fact, because think about it. I'm running we do 4 streams a week, 3 of which are actual play. One of which on Wednesdays, the Cyberpunk game, I'm no longer GMing. So because Erin is and did a fucking amazing job. So yes, congratulations to you. But I'm still running 2 games. I may not have the time to invest in it. And particularly once I get new contracts coming in, etc. So who the fuck knows what's going to happen? So I prepared as much as I possibly could in advance. But when you guys start coming up with better ideas, yeah, man, you go with that. It's not about the time that you invest in it. You always go with the players. So
I am kind of...
Oh, go ahead.
Interested and kind of concerned and sort of worried, but also excited. I personally want to know more about Marlene, the forest newt. And, like,
Well,
I'm kind of curious, personally.
we do. Somebody's gonna write that up, right?
It's not really my place.
So.
Maybe we hear about Marlene the Forest Snoot from like Bramble's perspective or something.
Oh my
God, that'd be fucking awesome.
That sounds more like
Dude,
it.
it's a fear bulg, not a fear bulg. It's a tearful brag, like regional myth,
Right.
and
Okay.
Bramble knows
We
it.
could have a series of called Tearfolk Tales. They're so cute.
Oh my God, this is awesome! Holy shit, we have new shows coming up. All right, cool. All right, y'all have it. Oh, who are we rating? Who Potch?
Potch is having an eviction fundraiser right now, and it's his birthday. So he is one of our favorite people in the world. And right now he's subjecting himself to absolute torture in order to raise money for an extreme circumstance with housing insecurity.
So let me tell you just a little bit about Potch Rat. It's just about his personality. This is a guy that I met on Twitch. He's a fantastic fucking human being. Okay. We can say that about almost anyone. The talent and humility of this person is fucking outstanding. He's a graffiti artist, takes commissions and does amazing work. He also streams his ass off. He's constantly on, and he's constantly building community. I have from like the past several years just watch him grow, and it is fucking beautiful. So we're not sending you out there to go, please give him money. It's you seriously want someone like him in your life. So we're gonna grace you with his presence. If you want to go, if you want to be part of that raid, go check him out. And he loves hype. He loves vibe. We're going to be hanging in there just for a little bit of time after the raid goes through. So in the meantime, guys, thank you again. Players, thank you for fucking honoring me like you do by allowing me to be your storyteller for the evening. I really appreciate it. And then we will see you, of course, next Thursday for another episode of Secrets of the Fall. On Mondays, we have a brand new thing. It's TTRPG Turnout with Erin and I, where we just kind of just chill and we hang out and we talk and nothing is fucking planned. But Erin being Erin and being awesome and being up on threads now and totally making a fucking scene is starting to attract people, including indie publishers. And so we may be exactly. So we may be like play testing some games in the future, discussing these things, rating them, and doing things like that. Actual informative stuff. But either way, pop in on Monday nights if you're not doing anything, because we're going to be there just shooting the shit. Tuesdays is now branching out. That's the solo campaign with our little old Leshy trying to tackle the big bad world. Wednesdays, Cyberpunk, where that one. You know what? I'm renaming this channel to Erin Dale. It's going to be Erin Dale from now on.
Oh, no.
Aaron Dale.
Hey, look, we have to raid now.
Like
I see you. Bye. Stay dorkable.
No, God.
And we're out.
Oh, yay. I love that. Cool.
Guys, I'll see you next Wednesday. You guys are absolutely fucking amazing. I'm so happy that you took this. And Kevin, love hearing you. I love seeing your character in action. If there's anything at all from this is to all 6 of you, if there's anything at all that happens in a game where you feel you don't have a voice in a particular way, let me know. Hit me up on a DM, and absolutely we will then change course behind the scenes and make sure that that you're taken care of. All right.
Okay.
All right, guys. Have a fantastic night. We'll see you all later.
I love you all. Bye-bye.
Bye.